In the nicest way possible.
Oh, this is Dave. Hello.
Oh boy, this guy.
We're gonna have a fun presentation, I think, tonight from
Evening, welcome to Basalt Town Council's, what is today, the Tuesday, October 14th meeting. We're going to start with a work session before our regular meeting. That's with Aspen Skiing Company and an update with Jeff Bucheister and Chris Miller and Heather Henry, who's en route. So if you guys want to come up to the table, feel free. And I know there's a presentation teed up, so we can jump into that. We scheduled till about 5:45, go a little longer since we're running a little late. Just a little break to grab something before what is looking like it's going to be a long meeting tonight. So,
Well, we'll try to be efficient for you then.
yes.
Yes.
Well, thanks for coming.
Thanks for having us. I know several of the council, but it's nice to be here and spend a little time with you. I'm Jeff Bucheister, CEO of Aspen Skiing Company, and I think our presentation today is I'll give a few words on the upcoming season and an outlook on Aspen Skiing Company and what we're up to. But we're also here as Aspen One, which represents our skiing division, our hospitality division, and a lot of what you'll hear today is projects that we've been working on from an enterprise level. And I think Chris is going to have a good discussion on sustainability and introduce himself in his new role. And Heather will talk about her productivity in the realm of the important things that matter in our collective community in the Roaring Fork Valley, and housing and childcare and some of the progress that we've made there and where our current thinking is. But I'll just step back and say, I don't think I've been before this board before, and by way of just introducing myself, I think I'm about to start my 27th or 28th season in the ski business professionally. Kind of like my 48th in total. Grew up in Winter Park, Colorado, and was a ski racer and a young skier, and probably someone that the ski resort didn't really like having around as I got into trouble in my youth in the mountains. But skiing's been part of my entire life, and I was a ski racer all through college, and then decided I wanted the ski business to be my entire life. So I've spent a lot of years in Park City, Utah, spent some time in the Midwest, running some ski areas in the Midwest. Keystone for a couple years, 4 years up in Whistler in British Columbia. And now I'm about to start my third season here as the CEO of Aspen Skiing Company. And I just would say, anytime you get the snow cams with 6 inches of snow in October, like we did this weekend, and we start to get the peaks kind of dusted off, people start getting fired up about what the season ahead has for them. And I'll share a couple of the projects that we're working on, and I think that will impact our community. But I think the broader essence of what we're trying to do is to be great at what we do. Aspen is a special place, and Aspen Snowmass has served a spot in the market, which I think is something that we should celebrate. I think our business is different, and the way that we deliver for the people that come and ski and ride with us and eat or stay in our hotels is based on the premise that it's got to be the highest quality, and that our focus is really on an experience that is not a mass market experience, but it's one that is curated, and the high quality skiing experience, our approach to crowding and volume control, and the way that we think about the mountains and honor them is something that we do every day. And I think it flows through from what has long been a stance in skiing to the way we think about how we show up in our community. And it's really important to us. And so you'll hear us continue to navigate the waters of our changing climate and the sustainability approach that we need to have, whether it's on things that we do on our mountains, or the advocacy that we bring to our industry and our communities and the people and places that we touch. But you'll also hear us talk about knowing that while we want to provide a great experience for our guests, we also want our team members to have great experiences. And that includes tackling some of the biggest issues that, candidly, every ski town I've worked in over the last 26 years has had to grapple with. And our valley and collective towns grapple with as well, and that's housing, it's childcare, it's sustainability, which we'll talk about. But we owe it to the communities that we live in to show up and be partners in these longstanding efforts, and to make sure that that we're part of solutions, and certainly thinking about our team and the people that we ask to work with us, that they can enjoy a differentiated and unique experience, which is what we're trying to provide for our guests as well. And so, look, we're excited about a lot of updates. We have roughly $80 million going into a lot of projects right now, much of it happening at Snowmass. We'll have 2 new chairlifts at Snowmass this year. Elk Camp is going to become a 6-pack, which is going to alleviate hopefully some of the crowding that we see at that pod of the mountain. It's also going to be a much better experience for our biker clientele in the summertime. We'll have new bike clips that go on every single carrier, so you can. We'll have about double the capacity that we used to have for that upper mountain bike park in the summertime. But we're also doing the Cirque chair. So the Cirque is a long-standing single-person PAMA, and it will become a 2-person surface lift T-bar. So doubling the capacity there. There will no longer be a left-hand kink in it. It'll be a straight shot, and just a better experience for our guests up in that high alpine on Snowmass. 120 new seats going in at the Elk Camp restaurant to alleviate some. Yeah, that's an overloved facility. People show up there and they love it, but we didn't have enough seats when we started, and we probably won't after adding 120, but we've got an outdoor deck that has a tenting mechanism and wind screening that will essentially provide for what feels like a lot like indoor seating when the weather's bad, and it'll be a nice spring atmosphere when the weather's nice. So that'll be, I saw photos of that today, that we're closing in on completion of that project. The one project that we've started on at Snowmass that will take a lot of time is the Ulleroff rebuild. So we're going to go from it's probably one of the older buildings that was still functioning at Snowmass and across Ski-Co, and we took it down right actually before we closed for the season this year, and we'll have a new restaurant, 600 seats, both indoor, outdoor, that will open at this time next year. And so we'll be working on that project through the winter. It'll be closed in, and it looks good. You'll see what we've done up there, but lots to do with a big project like that at Mid-Mountain. So looking to continually ramp through a bunch of improvement projects across our mountains. Snowmass has gotten a lot of love in the last couple of years as Base Village got built out, and I think the mountain wasn't keeping up with a lot of the new bed base that we were seeing in Snowmass, and so we're addressing a lot of that with our improvements, and the recent approved master plan from 2022 is we're executing on it in a big way, and we're excited about it. So that's what's happening on the mountain. I think we have roughly a new lift a year for the next as many years as we can look forward across our 4 mountains. We're in the approval process on a new chair at Aspen Mountain next year that we're calling Nell Bell. It will replace both Nell chair and Bell chair, single shot to the top of Bell Mountain. That'll be a quad from the base, and that'll act as a nice redundant lift for the gondola when we have high winds and/or any sort of maintenance and things like that happen on that older gondola, the Silver Queen. So we hope to be building that next summer. We've got one more approval on that, but so far the Forest Service and the county are on board, and we have some meetings with the city coming up, and the city of Aspen coming up in about a month. So moving forward with ambition and really with the goal of keeping this place special, and really prioritizing this what we call a authentic and unique and a differentiated experience, particularly compared to a lot of the resorts around us that are fully on the mega pass and dealing with a lot of volume constraints and things that we're able to offer our guests. They just simply can't, and we like that position. So look, I think a lot of the mentality that we have and the care for our community and the care for our guests is going to flow through, and Chris is going to introduce himself and talk through a lot of the sustainability and work that we're doing and introduce himself, and then Heather's going to touch on some of the cool things that we're thinking about, and working on the housing and childcare front. So thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for coming. Heather, if you want to slide up too, so you're on a mic. Cozy up to the table here.
Any questions, or I jump in? Hello, it's great to be here. Thanks for having us. I'm the new guy in the room. My name's Chris Miller. If you flip to my intro slide, I'll start by just telling you a little bit about myself. I want to talk a little bit about how we're thinking about sustainability at SKICO, at Aspen One. A little bit about kind of the issues that we think are important and kind of the framework for the work we're doing. But let me start with a little bit about me. I'm in my 6th month now in the role. I'm the new Auden. Many of you all will know Auden. It seems to be the best way to introduce myself around these parts. I have, big shoes to fill, literally and figuratively. I am splitting my time between the Roaring Fork Valley and Burlington, Vermont, where I live with my partner Ashley and her 13-year-old son Walker. I've spent the last 14 years working for Ben & Jerry's. You'll know Ben & Jerry's is a values-led company in addition to making really great ice cream, and part of the reason I came here is because of this company's commitment to its values in the community. I've sort of split my career in 2 halves. The first half in public policy and advocacy. I started my career working in the U.S. House of Representatives in Washington, D.C., and spent some time also in D.C. working for Greenpeace, leading the climate change campaign for Greenpeace U.S., and then took a jump to the private sector, led sustainability at 7th Generation, which makes natural household cleaning products, laundry detergents, and then, as I said, spent the last 14 years at Ben & Jerry's. You might wonder what ice cream has to do with skiing. I am a lifelong skier, grew up in Vermont, and both snow and ice cream, if it's melted, it's ruined. So there's keeping stuff frozen is a thread through my career. Let's see, the next slide, if you would. As I mentioned, you all will know better than I, having been here for a while, SKICO, Aspen One really is a company that's led by its values. It's committed not just to providing great skiing and hotels. We really are about giving people great experiences in service of inspiring a better world. That when people come and interact with our business, they both have an incredible time, but they're in a place of great natural beauty, and it's our job to help them see how they are a part of creating a better world. So the values are a super important part, I know, of many employees, and certainly why I'm here. Next slide. Talk a little bit about our sort of theory of change, right? Lots of companies have corporate sustainability people, and most of those people are focused on sort of greening operations. It's a lot of time, energy, and effort spent on sustainability reporting. I think sort of building on the legacy that Auden has left here, we have a slightly different approach. We think it's important as a corporate citizen to do everything we can to minimize the footprint of our business, but we also understand that we could shut this whole valley down tomorrow, and climate change represents an existential threat to our wider industry and to society. And so we have to think about more than how do we do less bad on our mountains, and think about how do we use the position that we have, the relationship we have with our guests, the power that we have as an employer and corporate citizen to look for wider system-wide solutions to solve some of these problems. And you'll hear from Heather about some of the work we're doing here in the community, but I think we're also looking outside the community, particularly on issues like climate change. So this idea that, really in order to address many of the problems that this community is facing and is working on, we also have to address larger systems outside the community that impact it. Next slide. We've sort of, this is not super new, but we're, slightly new kind of framework or thinking about how we advance the impact and sustainability work at Aspen One. So the first bit is, as I mentioned, our operations. As a responsible corporate citizen, we have to do everything we can to ensure that we're doing, not just less bad, but hopefully more good in the way in which we're running our business. You will know, well, Jeff just mentioned the Uhlerhof. We're super interested in electric buildings. The work that's been done to green the grid here in the Roaring Fork Valley is impressive, and it makes moving towards electrification important, both from a climate perspective, but also in terms of sort of resilience, in terms of cost. And again, Heather will talk about some of our housing, but you'll know the hub in Basalt is an all-electric employee housing building. Jeff mentioned the Uhlerhof on Snowmass. We believe that will be the first all-electric on-mountain food and beverage operation in the country. And having just opened a hotel in Boulder, Limelight Boulder, which is the largest all-electric hotel in the country. So we know you all have considered an all-electric building standard. We're all in on all-electric, and we would be incredibly supportive in any way we could be to see that happen in Basalt. So greening our operations, finding ways to not just green operations, but to look for sort of innovative solutions that are scalable across the industry, like the Uhlerhof all-electric on-mountain food and beverage. Talk a little bit about advocacy. We have a platform. We're a brand. We're a destination. We touch tens of thousands of people every year. And so beyond just thinking about what we can do on the mountains, thinking about how can we engage the people who come here, who understand that climate change is a threat to the reason they come here. We want to seek ways to engage them and help them be a meaningful part of advocating for solutions on climate change. You'll know we have a long history of sort of doing that, relationship with POW, and we really want to continue to lean in at a time when it's more important than ever. I'm going to introduce here in a second my colleague who couldn't be with us tonight, Michael Miracle, but a part of what we want to do is the work that Michael does, and that's this idea of placemaking, that, you know, these communities where we live and work are impacted both positively and create challenges from the business that we are a part of. And so we want to be good corporate citizens, and I'll talk a little bit about Michael's work here in a minute around this bucket that we call placemaking, being a responsible corporate citizen and thinking not just about our own interests, but the interests of the community that we are serving and working in. And then finally, the company has a long history of philanthropy. You'll know that your colleague Hannah leads the two foundations for Aspen One, for Aspen Skiing Company, donating hundreds of thousands of dollars into the community here in the Roaring Fork Valley, and we're continuing to look for innovative ways to invest in the community, from childcare to housing, et cetera. Again, you'll hear more about that. Next slide. So my colleague, Michael Miracle, you know that it's fall break and Michael is traveling with his family. I will not do his work justice, but I will just say, you know, we have a very deep commitment to our employees, and Heather will talk about the work that she leads to really meet the needs of our employees in this community. Michael, as Vice President of Community Engagement, is really focused on the community. How do we take these things and these values we believe, and how can we be a catalyst and support innovative thinking around some of the challenges that our valley faces. So he is a member of the Transportation Coalition for the 21st Century, right? They're going to be producing findings thinking about, I think, non-infrastructure related solutions to solving the congestion and traffic issues that the valley faces. He's a co-chair of the Pitkin County Growth Advisory Committee, and he's also deeply engaged in the work around the airport redevelopment, which gives us the opportunity to both meet the needs of guests coming into the community, but really, as importantly, set a standard for sustainability in air travel and aviation. And so Michael's deeply involved with that, and I'm sure you all will have an opportunity at some point to hear from Michael. But with that, I appreciate the time, and I'll pass it over to my colleague Heather.
I thought we only called Chris the new Auden when he couldn't hear us, so I'm glad he's embracing it. He's all in. Thanks. Heather Henry, Vice President of Housing and Childcare. Pretty sure I know most of you for a lot of years in a different seat. I'm excited to be in this one. So I'm going to dive right in because I'm going to start a little bit at the top of where we are, what I've been doing for a year and a half coming into the company, and then we want to kind of dive into a project that's a little bit right in your backyard. You guys are going to see soon or have already as a referral agency, and it's one that we're really excited about. So we can go to our next slide. I won't spend a ton of time here. However, one of the things when I came to this position about a year and a half ago was to be able to bring a lot of the data around what was happening in the valley and changing conditions that we had seen, call it in the last 5 to 10 years, the acceleration of the housing crisis, et cetera. And because of my connection to the coalition, et cetera, I could bring a lot of that data into the company so that as we started to talk about what was happening in affordability, how everyone from a new person that was here out of college or working in the service industry all the way to 300% of area median income, our doctors, our lawyers, you name it, was now not able to purchase homes in the valley. That's driving up rental prices. And so using this data, I've started to coach a lot of people on the housing continuum and what that really means and what a healthy housing continuum is for a community, for our valley, and then translate that into really looking at the company and what that meant, to Aspen One. Next slide. And so for us, the housing continuum, it was also looking at our company in total, right? And so it wasn't just about the skiing. It was about the skiing and the hospitality and our hospitality in other communities, et cetera. So one of the first things we did was for the company, we wanted to talk about the housing continuum, but we wanted to really connect it to our employees. So we created what we call personas. So on the left-hand side, there was persona A, B, C, D, E, F. And now, Jeff might come into a conversation and be like, but it's persona C. It's somebody who's been here for a while. They're working their way into a manager position and really starting to help the company understand that not all employees were created equal. And what we realized was that as we pulled both data from the community, who's being housed where, and then data from the company, I came into a group that's been working on housing, for decades. 1,300 beds, over 500 units that we either own or manage or master lease in the wintertime. A huge portfolio of assets. And what we had focused on was persona A, with our workforce that needed the most stability. They didn't know how to navigate, et cetera, when they got here. We had to make sure that they were housed, they were stable, they could work for the winter, and then sometimes take the next position in the summer, et cetera. And we were housing anywhere between 75 and 90% of our workforce in persona A. Absolutely amazing. Huge celebration, kudos, way to go. And then we started to break it down a little bit further. Okay, so then you got to B, and they might have less tenure, but they were working full-time. They were here year-round. They want 12-month lease. They want some of that sustainability. They really needed affordability. They're in a lower-paying position. And then C, Aspen One has always had a legacy of getting really amazing people and then keeping them in the communities that they work in. And that meant, okay, as they move from B to C, right, and they're staying a little longer, they're interested in moving into a manager position, their life may be changing, they have a partner now, they're just starting to have that conversation about a family. suddenly a few of those things happen, like they're in persona D, and now they have a partner and they have kids and they have this steady job, and we're moving them into director and operational managers and things like that, and they have a longer tenure. And what we realized was that while we'd done such a great job really stabilizing that seasonal workforce, it really dropped off. We only had a couple of properties, a couple of assets where we could say, we can get you into a long-term lease. And so we set our strategic plan, we set our goals around how do we stabilize this long-term workforce? How do we make sure we have our own housing continuum that contributes to the community by making sure that we take care of our own, right? And we find ways for people to stay and live in their community. As you get to, especially kind of, you know, B, certainly C, D, right? Those are the people that have been here for a while and suddenly volunteer for positions, run for offices, like all of these things. And so to be able to stabilize that part of our workforce was such a huge component of our strategic plan. We can go to the next slide. So as we've been looking at projects, we're going to go into the one that's kind of right down the street. We also have a project that is in the approvals process. We've just moved through preliminary plan with the Planning Commission in Snowmass for 30 units, and that's up at the Divide near the vehicle maintenance facility. This project we're going to talk about here is just down the street in Eagle County. The key message right now is that, because it's one of the first things that we get asked, so on EJ Crossing, how many J1s are going to live there? So right now, our focus is almost entirely on long-term housing. It is on creating stable housing for our workforce that is staying here, staying longer, moving up in the company, really interested in putting down roots in the communities that they live in. So we have a project up in Snowmass. This one that we're going to talk about is EJ Crossing. So EJ Crossing is right down the street. It is a 20-acre parcel that is located vacant land right along Highway 82 in between Eagle Crest and Blue Lake on the north side of Highway 82. Zoned, it is already zoned for medium density residential, essentially, in Eagle County. So by right under that zoning, we'll be able to do 111 units. And really in what we're excited about, which will be our first true neighborhood development. So thinking about that with open space and trails and storage and a lot of parking that hopefully we'll do something different with. And so we'll kind of go through that site plan really quickly. But basically with that existing zoning, we're able to do a 1041 site plan application. So that's essentially what Eagle County has for what you'd think of as a site plan review. So we don't have to rezone, we won't be subdividing because we'll essentially own all of the assets. Our application was accepted. We've made it through the first 2 steps. We're now in our 3rd step with Eagle County, which is that referral process. So they have a long list of folks that get referred to, which will include you all, as it is located in the 3-mile planning radius. So I want to walk you through a couple of the components of it, and then I'm happy to answer questions about our bigger strategic plan or this project. We can go to the next slide. Helps us locate this a little bit. You see Highway 82 there, and I don't know, we don't have a pointer, James, so feel free to wave the mouse around if you want, or there's a pointer.
Do you want me to point?
Sure. So Highway 82, yep, pretty obvious there. And then the red that you see, I kind of call it the axe head, that is the 20 acres. So that is the EJ Crossing site. And again, essentially vacant. It's been hayed for many years, a lower quality kind of hay, but they do hay it. And you'll see just to the right is Eagle Crest. You can kind of see that in gray right near the Elgibel Community Center. Yep. And then to the left is the larger Blue Lake subdivision. For Aspen 1, we are always interested, and again, this is a legacy before I came on board. I was involved with this as a consultant, right, working with Philip Jeffries and the team. It's not just about housing anywhere, everywhere, just to solve the problem. We go through a long scorecard as to how we score properties for their land suitability. And a lot of that is about where is this located? Does it have access to utilities? Does it have access to transit? Does it have access to community services, et cetera? And I have to say, this is a little bit of a unicorn dream for us. And we have a landowner that was very interested in ensuring that this went to a group that was going to do workforce housing, and workforce housing as the primary use. So we've been super excited. You can see the green is all the surrounding recreation. You have the Elgebel Commercial Center, et cetera. You have the BRT right next door. And so it's scored very, very high on our suitability matrix to say this is absolutely a site that we'd like to be able to develop for workforce housing. We can go to the next slide, James. So we started to dive in, and one of the first things that we did was really try to understand, what is surrounding us, what are some of the design principles that were really important to us. And so you can see 4 on the left-hand side. And we did these at kind of the highest level. How do we respect our neighbors? And there's a number of neighbors from Blue Lake, but also to Crawford Properties and the workforce housing that surrounds us to the Up Valley side of the project. And how could we either embrace or say, hey, it was important to screen these neighbors, right, from the Blue Lake side, that kind of thing. Buffering the highway, lovingly called our big-ass berm, often labeled as BAB. So what you see as a pattern, that kind of use pattern and land pattern, really as you leave the Wendy's and the Elgebel intersection, it's there for a reason, and we're interested in the same. And it's both to screen the highway and some of the visuals of that housing, so you can have a little bit of the vegetative corridor, and then vice versa, be able to screen the housing, from the highway. So whether that's the visuals, the sound mitigation, et cetera. And so that was a really integral component. And then connectivity, what you see with the orange, you'll see it in the site plan as we move forward. This was about ensuring that we had multi-use paths and connectivity, so bike connectivity, ped connectivity, et cetera, and that be integral to the neighborhood design right from the very beginning, along with this overall open space. So for us, this is moving from building a building, the hub, the divide, to building a neighborhood. And so how that open space lives, breathes, how it interacts with the residents and vice versa, how we invite our neighbors in to use that connectivity in the paths is really important to us. And then overall water conservation. So we don't have water rights. We will look to access some water rights and use that in the most efficient way possible. So right-sizing some of those lawn spaces that you see, really doing low water use vegetation, xeric landscape, et cetera, throughout the project. We can go to the next slide. So those are kind of some of the overall principles. So what you see is our site plan. And so at the top of the plan is going to be JW Drive. That is our main access point from Eagle County's perspective. That has and always will be the collector road for everything zoned in this area for housing and for density. So that is our primary ingress and egress for the residents, would be onto JW Drive. And then we have some emergency egress that we've worked with our neighbors and Crawford Properties to be able to, enter and exit the property in an emergency situation. So at the bottom of the plan then is Highway 82, and so you can see kind of the subtle green of the giant berm. From a how to think about the building and the massing perspective, with JW at the north and this primarily single-family neighborhood in Blue Lake, we really wanted to make sure that we fit that land use pattern and that kind of form and shape. And so the buildings at the top of the plan are a townhouse. So that's really a townhouse design, attached row townhouses, 2 stories. So really smaller profile as you're driving along JW, as well as its setback. So there's a large setback there. So you kind of get a lot of landscape, and then you see the 2 stories. And then we work our way up to some height as we get into the central part of the project. Yep, so the 2 buildings in the middle are still 2 stories, but they're a stacked flat. We can go a little bit denser there. And then lastly, the 3 buildings that surround the kind of central open space are 3 stories stacked flat. And so those All 5 of those are an apartment style building, but they kind of work their way up in height as you get center to the project. We have other components of storage, and we have a little community building that's got a lot of operational components for us in storage space for our housing operations team, and also just gathering space. So, right, we see that's where the community can come and check their mail and meet, and we've got a little play space outside of that, and so people can work from home but hop in there, let their kids play outside, etc. And really the key being, when we talk about that demographic that you saw in our personas, this is now community housing. This is someone that works for us then has spouses and kids, and these people are working and living all throughout the valley. And so we're really excited about, you know, how that becomes a really beautiful mixed community. There's a few other things we can kind of get into at some point, but we are looking at a lot of the other sustainability components, you know, from both the land planning side as well as the building side. One of the key factors is that we really want to ensure, we call it decoupling people from their cars. So the plan as it went into Eagle County does meet Eagle County standards for parking. That said, it's really high, and it's more than we've ever parked one of our projects before. It's almost 2.5 cars per unit. It's a lot. I mean, it's county standards. They don't have a lot of standards that kind of fit this sort of, you know, lifestyle and type of project. So we have a lot of thoughts about, again, how to pull those away from the buildings. The larger lot that you see by the community building, we're looking at how that might be kind of a reserved space where it's like we're parking here, but maybe we can not pave it yet, and like we can look at how we use it, because we tend to then ratchet back how many cars people can have, and we have a ton of connectivity here with the WeCycle and the BRT, and we're looking at a lot of other just structural ways to, again, get people out of their cars. This is what I've loved about this position and bringing this in, where, you know, there's a lot of synergy now with Chris's team and Michael Miracle, and how we're thinking about housing as a fabric to a lot more solutions than just putting people in a unit and in a bed. Next slide. And I think it's just some cool images right now. So this is bird's eye view if you were over Blue Lake. And so you can see on the left, really a smaller kind of form and massing of the townhouses. We have the structures that you see between the townhouses and the next apartments are a covered storage component. That's one of the biggest issues with our tenants, is kind of where to store all of our toys. And then you see the 2-story buildings, and then all the way kind of behind are the 3-story buildings. And again, that's the largest height in the center of the project. Next slide. Again, it's just a few more sketches so you guys can get a sense of, again, this would be if I just pulled off of JW Drive and I'm coming into the project and I see some of the townhouses first, and then in the background would be storage, and then the 2-story apartments behind that. And I think that might be our list. Do we have another slide? Might have one more. Some community spaces. We're still trying to figure out what this will be, but this would be if I came off of JW Drive and I'm on that this pedestrian and bike path, and we've been talking to our Blue Lake neighbors. This is going to be an open connection, so now they're able to cut the corner as well. They don't have to go all the way to JW as a pedestrian and a biker. They don't have to go all the way to JW and Eljabal Road. They can cut through here and past Eagle Crest, and so all that WeCycle infrastructure that's already there, we have some really nice connections. And whether we do cornhole,
the slide is the beanbag is actually made.
it's in the air. And me and they are playing cornhole. This is serious. Right, yeah, you really see it happening. Yeah, go ahead to the next slide. And then this is that space. So on the right-hand side would be the community building. And, we're excited to kind of get with our tenants and start thinking about what's in these spaces. We actually had a conversation with Blue Lake as well, that the idea is this space might be really younger kids, so maybe we do a misting feature. We'll see how you guys like yours and do another. but have like a smaller kid play area and then possibly work with Blue Lake to rebuild. They have a larger play structure, so they kind of have a 5 to 12. And so we started the conversation in their open space to maybe help them rebuild that one, and then their like littler kids can come here. And so we've talked about really how we want to be very open in terms of the neighborhood design and how to make sure our neighbors can kind of circulate in and throughout our project as well. So, and then now that might be it. Oh yeah, and now there's a kite too.
Oh, yeah.
So this is big enough for kite flying.
Yeah, that's a
Yep.
good zone.
So these are the 3-story buildings, and so this is kind of right at that central open space. To the right that you wouldn't see in this will be accommodating the Blue Lake ditch. So they'll stay on their existing alignment. We're working with them to underground their ditch because we'll kind of be crossing over it. We want to make sure that it's very safe as well. So we've been working with those guys on what that'll look like. But this is kind of the bigger open space that the 3-story buildings surround. Thanks. And we talked about this. So sustainability, the quality, the mobility, how we've been thinking about from the beginning, and just making sure that that's a huge part of the infrastructure of this neighborhood. So yeah, that is all I have for now. Yeah, I've been super excited to join this team. I love bringing these projects in front of you guys. We don't know any timing for public meetings for Eagle County, but certainly Michelle and her team will kind of know when those are happening. And yeah, if there was a call to action, I'd love to, be able to say that the town was really supporting us in this project and trying to bring this kind of housing to the community. So, thanks.
Thank you all. I know I think you guys, what you're doing with the personas makes a lot of sense. I mean, there's that gap is just getting wider too, what those personas have to cover. I mean, if you're an exec,
At the executive level.
that's even hard, but some of those, those, what is that, I guess, B, C, D, on the bottom, I mean, those are brutal right now as far as the spread. So I appreciate what you guys are trying to do. I'm curious about distances from like the Rafta stops and City Market and Willits. I think that could be something that, I don't know if there was more ways to get to those places if they are far, or even another bus stop. I don't know if you guys have contemplated talking to Rafta about an additional local stop.
Yep. All of the
because
above.
it's yeah.
Yeah, so we're about it's about a half a mile. So it's about a half a mile to go to the BRT. Yep. And by the time it's probably a little bit more than that, right? By the time you kind of go under 82 and you're headed up Valley, that one's a little bit further.
Yeah.
And so quarter mile is obviously ideal, but in terms of TOD, half a mile is really that criteria for being able to say, hey, this is a transit-oriented development. I don't throw that up there. I think it's much more about, how it actually works, what other infrastructure can we put in place and things like that. So it's definitely walkable. It's why we're also looking at how it'll expand the WeCycle infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
So making sure that we've got WeCycle stations throughout our project. And then 2 components is talking to Rafta, right? Are the stops in the right location? If we're to add this, is it adding a local or like tweaking where they exist right now along JW? So those are the local stops. Those are primarily
Right.
along JW.
Yeah.
And that's the shortest one is to JW, and in either direction you go back to, I forget the intersection. Back into Blue Lake is one, and then at JW and Elgibel.
At this point, like when local from around here is not too
you're not
different
even-
between
no.
the BRT.
Especially for our staff.
If you're
because-
already in that neighborhood
Right.
back there.
Yep.
Um,
And our staff is going mostly to BRT locations, right? Like their end goal is BRT locations.
Yeah, so
We have a lot of other strategies that we put in place, again, to try to get people out of their cars, decouple them from their car, especially their primary work commute. Much of our staff, even regardless of who it is or where they're working, there's very limited parking at their destination and at their jobs.
Right.
So that's one. We tend to look at how to control how many cars you have through our leasing structure. So we charge for parking spaces at almost all of our properties. So you have to make a very conscious decision to decide how and when and where to spend your money as it relates to your personal vehicles. And then we've been talking about a lot of other ways, right? Whether it's some car share, you know.
Yeah.
So the two conversations are gonna be with RAFTA and WeCycle. I'd like to really talk to WeCycle about trying to look at year-round use at a minimum in Elgin, right? Hugely successful in Carbondale. And when weather is the primary factor as to why they're limiting the use in Aspen and things like that, Elgin is as similar weather to Carbondale as you're gonna get. And so we're really gonna talk to them about what it would take to get to year-round recycle.
Makes sense. And I'm sure you either went to or heard about the cul-de-sac presentation that was
Sure
at
did.
DeCaw. You know, and like you see that and you see
Yeah.
all that parking in
I
the
know.
rendering, and it's like, what, I know there's zoning, I mean, there's a lot, but just kind of, you know, imagining what you could do with maybe some amenities there to not only, on one hand, you're trying to reduce vehicle trips, and then maybe you're just trying to reduce trips by having some things on site that people could do. And I don't know if that's even a possibility, like, you know, a place to get coffee, a place to get basic groceries. I mean, somebody has, there's a lot to consider in that, but you just see all that space and parking spaces.
Lots of
and-
parking.
And you just, you wonder what else could be done with it to add more value than
I mean,
parking.
I guess if I revise my ask, it might be to support that kind of approach as well. So we're in a funny position of trying to move forward at pace. And so as soon as we look at variances or, right, as soon as we deviate from the code, I think it affects our pace.
For sure.
So the strategy right now is, how do we show that we can accommodate everything in your standards? And then how could we find creative ways to think about, again, we grade the parking lot by the community center and we don't yet pave it. And we look at, you know, car usage and things like that. I think we have to feel that out a little bit as we get into Eagle County. But yeah, if it was, hey, we really support this and, you know, help this applicant think about ways to look creatively at your parking standards. I mean, we would love to hear that support from the community as well so that we can have that conversation with Eagle County, for
I
sure.
can't speak for everybody else, but I know I'd like to evolve
I
out of that parking minimum
Yep.
paradigm.
Yep.
You know.
Preaching to the choir.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But I'll open it
I
up
love that.
to the
Yeah,
others for questions and comments.
I just want to shift gears away from land use and talk about the placemaking. I've worked with Michael the last few years on the Pickett County Advisory Group, and, you know, when I run into him, Jeff, I'm 48 years this year, so we've got a common thread there. You started a lot later than
I started at 18 months, but yeah.
I was gonna say, you probably weren't born yet, but I find Michael to be very, you know, very warm-hearted, good communicator, excellent listener. And, you know, what I've been watching the last multiple years is just the cultural attachment to the place. And, you know, you hit on it a little bit with the Schedule A J1s that are here for 4 or 5 months. They work their tails off. And, you know, they need to stay here for a few years to have that feeling of place. So I think that's really something that at the fundamental level of workforce and happiness and satisfaction in your job, that is the most important thing for this program going forward. You know, the other things we talk about, the expansion, and the people we're trying to attract to come here and the limited availability for, you know, terrain or whatever you want to call it. In fact, you mentioned the Eulerhoff, my son Tyler's the civil engineer on that. So there has been a continuum in my family with my sons being able to stay here, work here, and work on a project like Eulerhoff going forward. So, and I think he's embedded. as far as having an attachment to this place. He'll be thrilled when he hears about the expansion of the Snowmass bike parks, because that's where he spends most of his weekends. So I think that if that comes out in the presentations as you go forward, if it comes out in the emails and it comes out into the training we're going to be doing this fall, I would be a very strong advocate for that. And, you know, I get treated well by the people I've worked for, and I shifted gears at level D and moved into another career, but always maintained contact with. In fact, the joke was on Basalt when 3 ski instructors were sitting at the table in the 90s. I thought that was pretty funny. But we were able to bring the community together, and I think some of the things that you see about Basalt that makes it such a great place is the folks that had a cultural attachment to the resort brought that feeling that they had for the Roaring Fork Valley to the Mid-Valley. And I think you could build on that and really create, you know, a great environment that would bring, we have out-migration at level D right now. Professionals, and you know, Heather, in your business before, you see people that reach their peak career opportunities and they go back to Michigan or California to be close to the support networks.
It's either housing or kids.
Yeah, it's either housing or kids, and we lose that talent pool. So a way to maintain that and be able to recruit from that is to build that attachment to the place, and then, like David said, the opportunity to evolve. It's really important.
And, you know, just, I'll be brief, I know we're on time, but I came here a lot as a kid, over from Winter Park, and then I had probably a 20-year gap before I came back. And I would say sometimes communities don't necessarily give themselves the credit for the work that they've done. And I remember Algebel and Carbondale as like places I wanted to get through quickly on my way to Aspen.
Hinterlands.
And I think that the Roaring Fork Valley as a broader regional community has done a very nice job of, I live down valley, and a lot of what we do is down here, and I think it feels real, and I think that the sense of community for me as someone coming back into it and not really remembering what it was like, but I've been just so impressed with the work that's been done across, you know, in Basalt and in Algebel. Willits didn't even exist the last time I was here, and yeah, I mean, I think that's a sense of like we are holding on to community, and I think it's just it's a bigger place. There's a bigger place, a bigger fence around it, and I think it's a great place to live, and I call it the best place on earth. And it doesn't mean that we don't have problems to solve and fix, and that's like why we're here. But I do think that we've done a better job as a group of leaders, and I put myself in there. I think you all have done a very good job of tending to this beautiful place, and you know, it doesn't come without hard effort and work and tough decisions, but it's a great place to be and a great place to live, and I'm proud to call myself a Roaring Fork Valley resident and to work on these issues with all of you going forward.
And the data is really showing that. I mean, I think we're having to enter into the conversation of, okay, well, here's the housing and most of it is up valley. You know, why are we building the housing here? And both the data from the coalition as well as our internal data is showing that people are moving around the valley in very different ways than they did in the past, and choosing to live in Basalt because one person works in Carbondale and one person works up valley, and so they want to be able to kind of have these choices to think about the valley as one now, and that was really different when you're, you know, started 48 years ago and you were skiing here as a kid and things like that, and I think that's really where we see projects like EJ Crossing being so exciting, because they continue to be a connector, right, of a lot of different people. When you think about a neighborhood like that, we've been trying to say to Blue Lake when they're, hey, who's going to be there? Well, it's going to look a lot like you guys. Like, it's really going to look a lot like you guys, because we have a lot of people that live in Blue Lake and their partner, you know, works in Glenwood, things like that.
Mid-90s, we had 600 full-time ski co paychecks coming down here.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's a little different now.
Maybe more now.
Way more than that now.
But 600 was a nice, healthy number back when we had a budget of
Yeah, I
$2
bet.
million.
No
Anyway,
Islands.
Thanks for the comments.
Thank you.
Yeah. We're
Yeah,
over
yeah.
time, but we started a little late, so, but last call, do you guys have any questions, comments? All right.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming out and sharing.
Of course.
It's
And
good to do
reach
this.
out, please, if you guys have any, if you'd like to dig into any other details as you guys get officially kind of receive the application and things like that. I'd be happy to dive in deeper.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
Nice meeting y'all.
Cool.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Good evening and welcome back to our regular town council meeting. We're running a little behind. We had a work session earlier with Aspen 1, but now here we are. I know we had somebody step out of the room, but we'll go ahead and get started. I will, before I call the meeting to order, I'll do my spiel to give Dieter some more time to get back here. So if you want to join the meeting online, you can go to basalt.net, click on the agenda and minutes tab. There you'll find the October 14th meeting. In that meeting packet, there'll be a link to go on and join via Zoom, and then you can use that to join and make comments and in the public hearing portions of the meeting. So with that, I'll call the meeting to order, and Pam, would you please call the roll?
Yes, I would be happy to. Excuse me, sir. Yeah. All right, let's begin with Dieter Schindler.
Here.
Angela Anderson is out. Rick Stevens.
Here.
Hannah Berman. Here. Angel Dupré-Bouchard. She's not joining us online. Okay. Ryan Slack.
Here.
Thank you, Ryan. David Knight.
Here.
Okay, so most of the A-team is present. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Next up, we have our item 2, our consent agenda, consisting of 2A, minutes from September 9th, 2025, 2B, minutes from September 23rd, 2025, and 2C, adopt resolution number 50, series of 2025, a resolution of the Town Council of Basalt, Colorado, approving the Fairview Cemetery irrigation improvements and approving a contract with Corby Landscape LLC. I'd entertain a motion to approve the agenda, consent agenda items as presented, unless anybody wants to pull anything off.
Mayor, I move that the town council approve the consent agenda items as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Pam, will you please call the roll?
Yes, absolutely. Let's begin with David Knight,
Yes.
Dieter Schindler,
Yes.
Hannah Berman,
Yes.
Rick Stevens, and Ryan Slack.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Next up, we have item 3, our call to the public. For this, just make sure if you're going to make comments about any other topics that are on the agenda and have a public hearing, wait to do that. But otherwise, feel free to make comments. Limit your comments to 3 minutes. Address your comments directly to me. When you do, identify yourself by name and address, and there's a sign-in sheet in the back as well that we ask people to sign into as well. Comments should be courteous, civil, and constructive, and we'll make no decision or take action except to direct our interim town manager, Doug. So with that, if anybody wants to come up and make public comments, the floor is open. If anybody online wants to, although I don't see anybody raising their hand or anything like that.
Hey, Gloria.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to assume that is a no on call to the public. So move on to item 4, mayor and council reports and comments. What do y'all have?
I went to Mountain Towns 2030 last week. It was in Breckenridge. It was great. It's a mountain towns from across the world who are coming together over different sustainability and climate goals. And there was an electeds lunch talking about what towns are doing to commit to climate action at a local level, and I was feeling very lucky that we have Holy Cross Energy going towards 100% clean energy. Not everyone has that. Other people are working with coal plants, and we have a really forward-thinking utility, so kudos to them. And one of the speakers, his takeaway was like, Brian Hannigan, who spoke on one of the panels on the main stage, he's the CEO of Holy Cross, was like, I'm doing my job, so everyone else has to electrify everything. Like, once I'm done, we can't delay. So that's kind of a takeaway I brought home from the conference.
Great, thanks. Anyone else? Just a reminder that RAFTA is having the free fairs this month and next month, so that's the only comment I have. And with that, I will turn it over to Doug for the interim manager's report.
Yeah, I only have one item here. It was a late item appearing in your packet from Reed Holte about the lights are in Midland, and he's reiterating his, I saw him in September, and I relayed to him the council's direction of replacing the one light in front of CC's, and which he was grateful for. But he has reiterated his request for us to replace all 5 lights on Midland, and has just rehashing the survey he had taken in June of residents. And to my knowledge, there wasn't anything recent in the way of follow-up. And I was able to reach one person over at Twin Rivers condo, and they've outsourced their HOA, so it's hard to get a hold of them, the residents anyway. So I was not able to get any feedback other than the one person saying that they thought we did a nice job shielding the lights. And we have an opportunity, I did learn today from Catherine, that we have an opportunity to order 1 light or 2. We're going to put the order in for the replacement lights on Midland. So I mean, now's the time to make a decision, I suppose. We're going to either do 1 or 2, none, or 5. I guess is really kind of what it comes down to. I stand by the work done by staff, that nothing was done improper, that we followed the related sections of the code in selecting those lights, and that what we had offered was a good faith compromise, and it seemed like much of the council was in favor of that, but you know, I'm not the one to make the decision. I'm just making a recommendation. So with that, we'll take further direction. We want to speak amongst yourselves. I don't think we need a resolution or anything at this moment.
I feel the same as last time.
Which is,
Were we gonna do 1?
yeah, 1 unless the
One,
folks
yeah.
in the building there at,
Right. I think Ryan can speak to this. Ryan actually thought Reed lived in Twin Rivers. He doesn't live there. And I haven't talked to anybody at Twin Rivers other than the one person. So, anyway, just trying to clear, this has been going on for some time now.
been going on a while.
And it was, just trying to clear the deck for Gloria so she's not attending to a lot of old business.
When's that order going in?
I think, I sent the note today. It sounded like it was going to be pretty imminent.
Yeah, it's in the next week.
Okay.
If you guys want to discuss it amongst yourselves and let me know what to do, that's fine.
And I'm supportive of the 1 light in front of Cece's. Sounds like you are too, Hannah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm not. I would just sort of table it for a couple of weeks until we can have a longer conversation, because we're already kind of behind the 8 ball. I think it's an unintended consequence that other people have brought to our attention from up on the Hill District and things like that. So I think there's probably a multiple sort of issues here that we're going to be looking at. And I don't want to one-off them.
I do feel like on timing, since they've been coming for, Reed, I was watching him on council meetings come to talk about the light bulbs before I was even elected. So almost 2 years of these guys coming to councils, like I'd like to get them an answer and let everybody kind of move on to the degree that we feel comfortable making a final decision.
And from a process perspective, I mean, this is part of the Midland process. You know, I agree with Doug that we followed that process, we followed the code, we followed the community outreach. You know, we went through this multi-year process to get to where we are, and this is kind of a punch list item. I mean, if we prolong it further, we could do that, but I think we've
That's
landed.
just being honest and
No,
transparent.
that's okay.
Oh, totally.
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally, all good.
It'd be nice to have a full council. I guess we have Ryan on there too, so.
yeah, but you know, I mean, we've rehashed this over and over and over and over again, and Reed has been in here a bunch, and you know, had supporters at the beginning. I don't know that we need to circle back and start that process over again. And the council has, you know, it was replace them all the way down to there was the sort of the ask, and then I believe the conversation was, you know, will they contribute? We've even gone there, and you know, at the end of this cycle, we ended up saying that the one in front of the building that's on Midland is palatable.
Right.
And that's, I thought, where the council landed. Some,
And the HOA never got back from Twin Rivers, right? That's the name of the building. They never got back. So, I mean, to ask for an additional light. So, yeah, I agree. The one light is where we.
yeah, and it's, I mean, unless something happened yesterday.
Oh, they haven't gotten back.
I felt like last time we were like, okay, this is the final answer. Like, we're gonna replace the light. That's the end of the journey. I just don't want to drag people through having to show up, talk to their neighbors any longer if the answer isn't gonna change.
Ryan, you want to weigh in here?
Yeah, I thought we were gonna do 2 lights. I think 1 light is fine. I think just get it done and be done with it and say that's our compromise.
You know, I'd even be able to, I'd be willing to say 2 lights if we could just have it finished.
I think 2 lights is the most fair thing for the citizens that are being bothered. And I understand where everyone else is sitting on it. I just, I just know if I was in that same position, I would probably never give up, and you would see me every day. So I feel for them. I remember all the pictures they shared. So I think we just do 2 lights, call it the compromise, and move on from it. But if it's only 1, then it's only 1.
Well, there's 2 lights in front of Twin Rivers, if I recall. So it's like you do. I mean,
Well, there's the one across from town. I thought there's one directly next to them, and then there's one directly in front of Cece's. Those were the 2 I thought we were gonna do.
the CC's one is we're definitely doing, but I think
Yeah,
One.
just one.
There's just one right at the
just
entrance.
one.
One right at
And
the
there's one
entrance,
at the.
all the way at the end, but I wasn't
We're not
thinking,
doing that.
right. So it's either one, I'm hearing 1 or 2. Sounds like 2 might be the end.
There's the ability to add 2 to the imminent order.
I believe that's true.
I
Can
mean, This
you-
is essentially a procurement question, so we're
Right.
just looking to council for direction. There's not.
And can you remind us of the cost?
About 8,000 per.
8,000 per light in addition to what we already bought, which was like
I don't know
12K.
what the total is.
15K.
$15,000 a light, and it's 8,000 plus installation.
Got it.
So that's
So
not a
this is like
full- yeah.
25K for one of them
Yes.
expenditure.
I'd be fine with 2 lights. Let's just get it done.
Same.
2.
2.
All right.
Two and final offer.
All right, there you go. Let 'em
So
know. All right,
All right, so you've gotten your direction, and
Got it.
now you can do procurement.
it's done. Won't hear from me about it again.
All right. Thanks, guys.
And
That's
All
all I
right.
have.
Okay, good. Well, thank you, Doug. And next up, we have our presentations, and we're gonna do the fun one first. That's item 6A, Roaring Fork Conservancy Watershed Presentation, Meet Your Headwaters by Basalt Middle School students, led by Megan. So if you want to come up to cram around the desk there at the mics, maybe somebody can stand up there by that mic on the podium, and floor is yours.
They all have their little talking points, I bet.
All right. You can sit there too. You don't have to stand.
It's okay. I don't mind standing.
Okay.
All right. Hello. My name is Megan Dean. I'm the Director of Education at Roaring Fork Conservancy. I'm here to introduce students that bravely joined us this summer for a Meet Your Headwater Experience program. This program was born out of Watershed Pen Pal program, which is a program that connected Basalt students with students in Aurora, Colorado, because they both share the same water source. I'd like to take a moment to also introduce the Executive Director, Rick LaFara, and our outreach director, Christina Medved, who were instrumental in helping me with this program. This program really came from a desire to connect people across the state that utilize the same headwaters. We send about 40% of our headwater over to the Aurora and Front Range area, and a lot of people that are on the Front Range aren't aware of where their drinking water comes from. So through a program that connects people through letter writing, old-fashioned letter writing, sharing experiences, them learning from their pen pals what they have in common, what they have that's different, which was quite a bit, but also they had a lot of things in common. Through those shared experiences, they were able to create relationships. The mission of Roaring Fork Conservancy is to help people value, protect, and explore the Roaring Fork watershed. My job focuses a lot on the exploration part. I get to bring people outdoors into natural systems, and what I found is the more time that they spend, the more experiences that they have, the more they value and then in turn protect. Expanding that across the Continental Divide with these students and bringing people from the Front Range to our area and to our headwaters really can have a profound effect on how they view water and water use, with the core messaging being conservation and sustainability and recognizing the systems that all these rivers support. Can you hit the slide?
Yes.
Thank you. I would like to take a moment to give a shout out and a big thank you to our supporters, Colorado Water Conservation Board. We have Representative Ashley. Thank you for coming tonight. They're a big supporter of this program. Aurora Water is a partner in this program, Picken County Healthy Rivers and Streams, our local school districts, and Roaring Fork Conservancy. So the school district that we're working with is primarily the Aurora Public School District, and we often like to show people the distance that is spanned across the Continental Divide and where the water comes from and how it travels. Slide. This is a picture of the students this year up, way up on the frying pan with their very serious faces. And Sherry Meshko, who is a counterpart from Aurora Water and helps out with the education on the other side of the divide, and Karen is the teacher with the other class, the other 5th grade down in that school. Slide. So there's a short video that I'd like to share with everyone before the boys come up and share your experiences.
Let me transition.
Wow.
Too much? That's great. Operate from a very finite source of water. And as the population in Colorado grows, the water source does not. 80% of our water in Colorado comes from snowpack, and it creates our rivers, and those rivers are rivers that feed into the Colorado River system. 90% of the people live on the Front Range, and the western slope receives 80% of the water. So when I explain that 40% of the water in our valley is diverted over to the Front Range, a first reaction that I usually get is, why are we giving away so much of our water?
Do you know where your water comes from?
Aurora Reservoir.
My name is Megan Dean, and I'm the Director of Education at Roaring Fork Conservancy. I've been in education for 25 years. I love being in a profession that I get to inspire and create positive change. The Watershed Pen Pal program is a program that's designed to create relationships based on shared water sources. This program was created to connect students from the western part of the Continental Divide in Basalt, Colorado, and the Roaring Fork Valley to students on in the Front Range that utilize the same water, the water coming from the mountains. One of the things that I love through this program is that it puts a name and a face to people who receive that water, and it opens up a conversation on what are good uses of water, because we can't use it for everything that we want. So the students play games and activities that help them understand that some uses are sustainable and necessary, and some uses can be changed and redirected.
Students are writing a total of 4 letters to students in Aurora, and we mail them back and forth. And then at the end, we try to do like a Google Meet so they can meet their pen pals face to face.
My pen pal is pretty funny. She likes to play Fortnite and she wants to know my username, but I don't play Fortnite and I don't have a username.
Not only are the kids learning about writing and reading, they're also learning about the ecosystems, they're learning about how we affect the ecosystems, they're talking about math and science and civics of how we all have to live together and share this finite resource.
It was fun because we got to have sponges and we had to pour how many ounces of water into another bucket, because that's how much water we use over time, and that's how much water the river has in the other bucket.
If you're using a bunch of water a day for stuff that you don't really need to, then you could stop and like make it less every day to try and save a little bit of water. You use a lot more water than you think.
They have that connection with them, and they are able to find out what those children up in Basalt do on a regular basis with water and how they interact with it.
So much of the connections being made right now are social media and quick bites that a lot of times don't last. And these experiences and these memories do last.
Whoa! That is so cool.
It allows the kids to have a greater and a more global picture of water.
The tiny details can have a big impact on the animals or the ecosystem.
We are all part of one system. We're not divided by county lines, state lines, and in the state of Colorado, even geographical and geological lines. So us working together and recognizing important uses for water and also ways to conserve water is essential for a positive future.
What doesn't need water?
Everything needs water.
Yeah.
Everything.
Okay, so I would like to introduce our students that were participants in this year's, or last year's, Watershed Pen Pal program and the summer's Meet Your Head Water program. We have Alex Chmura. You can come right here, Alex. Yeah. And he'll be speaking first about his experience. And after Alex, Gibson Livingston will be coming up, and Kurt Boken and Reggie Mills.
Alex, pull your mic down. There you go.
Let's make sure we get you on the right slide. go forward.
Okay. Hi, my name is Alex Chimera. I'm 11 years old. Healthy rivers are important because they make a lot of animals' lives better. I learned that there are tunnels and pipes that bring a lot of water from the Roaring Fork watershed over to Aurora.
Hi, my name is Gibson Livingston. I'm now 12. If our rivers are full of sediment, it hurts the microinvertebrates, fish, and everything else that depends on it. If everyone keeps the rivers healthy, it just makes life better. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kurt Wilchin. I'm 11 years old. I think having healthy rivers are important because if you have a healthy river, you can drink and play in the water. If you treat the river well, it will give back to you. Healthy rivers also can help the ecosystems. Microinvertebrates can help the rivers by keeping them clean. Plants also filter the water that runs into the rivers. Thank you.
I would say, hello, my name is Reggie Lewin. I am 11 years old. I would say that what goes around comes around. We can play in healthy rivers and have safe water to drink and play in if we take care of our rivers. I like rivers and reservoirs to be deep enough to do activities like rafting, swimming, and doing backflips off paddleboards. We need to conserve our water so it stays in the river. Thank you.
Thank you, boys. I have a couple slides in here from the students that joined from Aurora. There were a total of 10 students this year that, through an application process, were selected to go on the Meet Your Headwaters experience and explore the rivers in the Roaring Fork Valley. This was from Henley. She wrote that the Roaring Fork River wasn't exactly blue. It looked white, red, brown, and green. One of her favorite activities was looking for macroinvertebrates in the rivers. She found caddisflies, stoneflies, nymphs, and fish by the river. There were also osprey. Next slide. And this was from Justice. And Justice was very excited to see a bear. They were able to see a bear the first day they were here, and that's not something they often get to see in Aurora. He also was able to see eagles and deer. He liked learning about how certain animals are indicators of healthy rivers, macroinvertebrates, dippers, osprey. He feels that it's important to keep natural wetlands because it balances out life. It provides food and homes for animals. Next slide. So the core of this program is really to create relationships, and while we're in a space and time where there's a lot of contention and a lot of tensions around sharing water and utilizing the water that's available to us, these students are kind of braving and being pioneers on creating positive relationships to create sustainable conversations and ways that we can come together to move forward. I'm open to any questions, and the boys would be happy to ask it or answer any questions if anybody has any.
What questions do you guys have? Or comments?
I'm sold by the backflips. That's a good reason to conserve some water.
Yeah, I would just say great job to all that participated in the program. It's just one of the things that helps make this special, the ability to share this kind of education and knowledge with folks, a third of the way across the state. And great job, guys and girls.
Thank you.
Yeah, and congrats to the Conservancy. I think it's your 25th year this year. 29th. Oh my God. I thought I was 5 years younger, I guess. I want to also maybe mention Andre Willie and the River Watch program that kind of kicked off where you guys are today, that did the same program but locally. And there's a future in this industry, guys. And one family member of mine, because of that program, went to CU got a environmental science degree, a civil engineering degree, and is now working in the Roaring Fork Valley. So hang in there and keep it up. It's a fun business too, believe me. Fun industry, fun science. It's a lot better than digging holes in the ground.
Yeah, thank you all for doing this. It's in this age, it's anything where you can build connectivity between groups, within groups here, within groups in Aurora, especially in an analog way about something that's, so essential, but take it for granted and don't learn about it unless groups like the Conservancy help educate. And I think, obviously, as you know, I'm a fan, and the work that you do in this program and other programs is huge. So, way to go. Maybe you guys can trade Roblox, Reggie. If you have Roblox IDs, you can all play Roblox with the guys there, because maybe that works anyway. But no, seriously though, this is great. I hope you guys got a lot out of it, because when I hear about it, I just think it's so cool and just really important stuff. So thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to mention your display as well? Oh, yes. So as you came into the building, we have a very, very large standing wall that showcases some of the students' photography and journal entries from not this summer, but the summer previous. And that display has been to a lot of different locations in the Front Range. It was at the Spur Hydro Building through CSU. It was at the Aurora Municipal Building, SEAM, in the Aurora Water Managers Building. And those students presented from Aurora to the Aurora Water Managers. It also made rounds through a few different libraries, and now it's in this valley, so we're hoping to share it with others so they also can get the messaging behind the program.
Awesome.
Well,
Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
May I approach and make one final comment?
Absolutely, Rico.
Rick LaFaro, Executive Director of Roaring Fork Conservancy. Congratulations to Megan, and thanks for having us here. This is a very proud moment for this organization, but for this town. I'm speaking mainly to the man who thought he was 5 years younger, but addressing the whole council here. The town had a huge role in forming Roaring Fork Conservancy. So the Conservancy was developed out of a public-private partnership between the Roaring Fork Club and the town of Basalt. 29 years ago, I sat in this room. Rick was at that table, either in this seat or one right next to us, and we were talking about what is this organization going to do for the town and for the valley. Next year, we celebrate our 30th anniversary, and look at how far we've come in lockstep with you all here in the town of Basalt. Our citizenry, our community is fully engaged and fully aware about water, where it comes from, how to use it. We could always use it a little bit smarter, but it's part of our everyday vernacular. It's part of your dinner conversations. It's part of when we stop and see each other in the street or the coffee shop, we're talking about rain or river levels or anything like that. And it's just so wonderful, and it's really a great moment for us. Huge hard work over here, and I must credit Megan. This is an original idea of hers. I told her this was going to be huge when she brought it to us, and this is now the second year of us teaching students on both sides, reaching through those tunnels and through the divide to bridge those gaps. And so much of what was 30 years ago was enviros versus diverters, or enviros versus ag or whatnot. We're all stream huggers here. Everybody benefits from a healthy river, I think now more than ever, and this is one of the greatest examples of what this town and this community, and especially this organization, can do to raise the awareness, not just here in the valley or the region, but across the state. So thanks for believing in us. Thanks for letting us present tonight. Gentlemen and everyone involved, thank you. It was really awesome.
Here, here. Thanks.
Hey, boys, I'm sorry I couldn't be there, but I'll tell Coach Nate you did a great job.
That's right. That's right.
All right. See what you got. See if you can follow that, Doug.
Right.
And now,
And now we're going to have our,
budgets.
if you guys want to stick around for our second presentation, item 6B 2026 budget presentation with Doug.
Don't turn the lights off.
I'm not holding the room here. They're all leaving.
Tough crowd.
Jenny?
Where's Jenny? I don't know.
Let me get my. What a group.
They're blocking my way.
Oh, they're blocking.
Something like that. Such a good feeling.
I'm gonna pull up. Oh,
Yeah.
we're getting this too close.
Oh, we lost Hannah.
Yeah, it's so cool.
On this one? Oh,
Now
yeah.
when I travel, like,
Are we still sharing, James?
when I travel places now, I'll go into the river and just start, like,
Let's see.
Are you gonna sit next to me? Steph?
compare. We saw a super cool video.
No, you don't have to.
Driving through the tunnel from Grizzly Reservoir through to the other side, like with the low water. It was like how those guys like come through to like, I guess, go to school, get groceries, everything in the winter because you can't drive down Lincoln Creek. It's pretty. Yeah.
Should we wait for Hannah?
Yeah, let's give her a couple minutes. I don't want to go too long. Yeah, unless you can go from what the Great Lakes over to like Hudson River, right, basically? Yeah.
What? No. No. They're getting situated. Yeah.
It's not fast.
I'm trying to get this stupid thing. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I think we got the right version now.
All right, we're here.
All right, ready to go. All right, so let's kick it off. This is our second year using ClearGov, and it's our software program that replaced all of our Excel worksheets that had heretofore been used. So just to take it from the top, the various funds, I'll just point here. We got the general fund, restricted, capital construction fund, water fund, which is an enterprise fund, conservation trust fund, the HOA fund, and the bond fund. Those were all our funds for the town. Much of the activity is in general and restricted, and the capital construction fund was the recipient of the bond proceeds that we had, the taxable and tax exempt bond proceeds that was used for the construction of Midland and our affordable housing projects and the green projects, the solar roofs at the school, principally at the school district. Water fund is just what it is. So it's basically town's water system, and it's just service revenue from user fees. Conservation trust fund is every time you buy a lottery ticket, there's a portion of the proceeds that gets raked off and sent to various towns throughout Colorado for conservation efforts. The HOA fund, just quickly going through these, this is the building over by, we call it Riverside.
Gold Rivers.
I'm sorry?
Gold Rivers.
Gold Rivers, by Jalisco. All those are affordable housing units the town owns. And then the bond fund, last but not least, is what services our debt. And a portion of so looking at revenue, portion of the mill levy is set aside for the bond fund, and the bond fund then is using it to pay off the debt. But we'll talk about that in a minute. There's essentially, so after all these funds here, there's going to be like 5 domains that I'm going to be speaking to. One is revenue. Second domain is personnel. Third domain is operating expenses. Fourth is capital projects, and the fifth is debt service. So those are the five domains. I'll start by saying this is where the first line is where I think our fund balances are going to be at January 1, 2026. So it's basically 3 months from now. And it's representative of principally cash with the exception of the water fund. The water fund is, you see the fund balance there is $6,461,000. That consists of property and cash. And that property number for the water fund is about 4.4 million. So you take 4.4 from the water fund, that leaves about 2 $2 million in cash, which would then imply that at the end of the year, we should be ending the year right around $34 million in cash, spread throughout all these various funds. All right, let's jump into revenue here, and let's go to the general fund summary here, a high level. These are our categories of revenue. Now the columns are, the first column is our actuals for 2023, 2024 is the second. The middle column is what our adopted budget was last November when we approved the budget. Where we projected the number to be is where I'm thinking we're going to be ending the year at. And then what our last column is our budget for 2026. So you see here much of our revenue is, and this is just general fund now, our taxes. This is property taxes and sales taxes. And there's some franchise taxes, but essentially it's sales tax and property tax. And you'll see that there was a pretty good little increase in 24 over 23. That was a year the reassessment, 2-year reassessment occurred. So we had 24, 25 was basically flat on property taxes, and then 2026 is kicking up a little bit more in the reassessment year. Sales tax, and this is a consolidated number of sales tax and property tax. The sales tax for the town actually has been relatively flat since 2023 and hasn't increased meaningfully, and I have not did a meaningful increase for 2026. And I learned actually last week that Pitkin County for 2027 is forecasting a 10% decline in sales tax due to the closure of the airport. So they'll likely affect us in 2027, but I have not quantified that yet. Looking at the other elements of income, licenses and permits, a lot of this is really just building permits. That's the lion's share of that number. That seems to be a pretty sticky number. It's a hard number for me to project, because I'm not necessarily in the loop on a lot of the things that are actually, developers are actually coming. So it's really, for me, a trailing indicator. Intergovernmental revenue, this is a bunch of things in here, but it's essentially grants that we have received, and RAFTA is sharing like 40% of the cost of the Basalt Connect. And then we also had received in 2026, Catherine and her team, Michelle's team, secured a CDOT grant for the safe routes to school. So that was a number that's in that budgeted number for 2026. I will say that I made an error here when I was doing this. I noticed it after this was published, that I included the town's match of the grant in that number. So when you see take 2 of this next month, I'm going to take that number down a little bit because I can't include the match. The match has got to be on our nickel, not CDOT money. And then looking at rounding out the revenue charges for services, a lot of that is the pool, and there's just a whole potpourri of various items that are in that number. Other revenue you'll see is tracking 882 this year, and we're budgeting a slower number or a lower number for 2026 because I think we're entering into a declining rate environment. So I don't believe we're going to be scoring as much as on our working capital in 2026 as we did in 2025. You'll see a big number here. This other financing is really, you'll see these negative numbers. It's contra revenue account. This is the monies that the general fund sent over to the Midland Fund to finish the construction of the project. You know, we took into reserves. We took some reserves to finish the Midland project. So that's what that was at 1269 in 2023. Did another 769 in 2024, and we did another 500 in 2025. For 2026, you see this as being positive. This is positive because what we're doing is we need a funding source for the acquisition of the, we call it the Midland, Basalt Center Circle condos. We bought 6 of those units. The purchase price was $2,380,000. So that's going to be a funding source. We're getting that money essentially from taking money from the restricted funds that were embedded in the RETAs that we had accrued over the years. So we're pulling money out of the RETAs. We're also, I don't believe we're gonna have enough. We have essentially, I'd say close to 90% of it. But I think we're gonna be a little short, at least that's what the numbers were suggest now presenting. And that would indicate that we'd have to issue a certificate of participation, sort of like a loan, if you will. And that loan would be secured by the rents on the units that would actually be paying rent. So that's the 2380. Let's look at, any questions on that revenue so far? No?
Actually, the sales tax, it was a 0.4% increase
Yeah, you want
from budget to budget.
Can you do that can you go to that revenue detail, Jenny?
Hold on, I gotta move this. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Here we go.
We're on the fly now.
Yep, here we go. Yeah, see, this was the, I was just showing the summary number, but this right here, go down just a little bit. Here we go. All right, see the property tax? We're having about 8% increase. This is a 26 budget number, David, 2,112,000 versus a budget number of 1950 in 2025. My sales tax, this I budgeted 7375. This is just general fund money. We're not tracking our 2025 numbers are not even tracking 2024. We did get a little uptick in our September sales that were like maybe 1% higher year over year. We still got 3 months to go, and we had budgeted a 4% increase. So this is our the number I'm projecting for 2026. It's a budget number compared to the budget. It's actually a decrease because I had budgeted a 2% increase over the projected. So 7121 to 7234 is like a 2% bump.
So projecting a modest increase in property, but I think that almost negative 2% sales makes
Compared to budget.
Sense, you
Right,
know,
right.
based on what we're seeing.
And we did that second quarter. Remember the second quarter results, the number was like within $1,000 of each other, year over year.
Yeah, okay.
So,
And Rick, I think has
Just a quick observation, I think it's pretty, supports what we've been talking about, Hannah's points of view on data, but when you look at that 23 property tax revenue of 1.2, and you look at 3 years later, it's at 2.1, all that tells me is that we're really in a market that's gone completely berserk in real estate, and I don't know what other people are hearing from their neighbors, but most of mine are protesting their property taxes. And I've done it every year or not every year, but every couple of years for quite a while. But that to me is just a remarkable, benchmark that our property taxes have gone up $1 million. The revenue from those property taxes have gone up $1 million in 3 years, or projected to. And I don't know that that's sustainable necessarily, and what's going to happen in the bigger picture there. But I think if people are successful and the market shifts and interest rates go up, that could be another sort of challenge. I don't know what your opinion is on that, but.
well, I think you're right. I mean, the big increase occurred in the 24 reassessment year, when it went from basically $1.2 million. And by the way, that's not all the property tax. That's just the general funds piece. Because $950 comes off the top. It goes right to the bond fund to pay for the debt service. So
We're really collecting more like 3.
well, $950 are on top of that. Yeah, it's like you're right, like $3 million.
All the questions that are on the ballot this fall, I think that's something that we need to be talking about if people do come back and go, well, you want another tax. It's a sales tax or it's a lodging tax. It's just, everybody perceives that as a tax, childcare. So I think maybe we have a message out there that we're still prudent. We're going to continue to be conservative, but we do need to support these other questions. And there's tons of them. I don't think I've seen that many questions that talk about sales tax or tax ever.
Well, I think daycare is a sales tax,
Yeah, it is.
so,
Just done jumped off the page.
yeah. Yep, okay. Let's go to restricted revenue, and we'll round out that first domain, and we'll jump into the second one. This is our restricted accounts. This is really driven by our post. Remember, for every dollar, for every dollar of trade, 2 cents goes to general fund, 1 cent goes to the restricted fund, and that's the post number. There's also, in this tax number, there's also lodging, and there's also tobacco tax. And I did not predict an outcome for our ballot initiative. I didn't budget anything additional in revenue for lodging, and I didn't budget anything additional for tobacco either. So what's happening here is that in 2025, you'll see our projected numbers are a lot higher than our budget. And this is really driven by a lot of transactions over, and a lot of RETA transactions over in Willits principally, and Lake Modern, Park Modern, generating some pretty good RETAs for the town. And that's why we're having a big variance here. There was also in this number, just for comparable purposes and looking at these things, we had, in 2024, we had thought the permit for the Midland was going to be pulled in 24. It wasn't pulled until 25. So we got like another $500,000 in park dedication fees hitting the ledger in 2025. So you'll be seeing from me next meeting and into November a budget amendment for 2025 reflecting these changes. And then you'll see down, where is the other financing? Here, let's go down. This is my attempt to boil the ocean here and kind of show you all the various pieces and kind of where our cash is sitting and where it's allocated by type of fund. There's like 30 different funds. But really the top four is where all the money's at. There's $1 million in the tobacco fund. We have $750 in, we got $750 out, supporting our charities and mental health issues, detox, Aspen Hope Center. Lodging, as we know, supports our events, Chamber of Commerce, and our parks, open space, and trails. That's pretty much money in, money out. Our post money, this is coming in, this is our sales tax, and then we have money going out. The expenditures are going to be a lot of capital, which we'll get to when we get into the fourth domain. You'll see here a negative revenue here, RETAs, for 2026. This is because I have embedded in this a transfer from the restricted fund over to the general fund to pay for the Midland properties. And it was like, I don't know, how much was it exactly? 2 million, 2,000,001, I think is what we were transferring over. So that more or less rounds out our restricted funds. So let's keep this moving here. I got 15 minutes here. Let's go to, you want to just go all the way to the bottom here, or?
Do you want to go through personnel?
Yeah, let's go to the second domain here. Let's go personnel.
Can we, on the expenditures for restricted, I know we were talking about events.
Events?
Yeah, how that, like the breakdown in and out of, that was 126, I think, and
Right. That's going to be in operating.
legislative.
In operating, it'll be legislative.
Okay.
I'll get to that one.
You'll get to, okay.
Yep. So let's just go through personnel. We have this graph of where the money is going by department, and you'll see all the various pieces. This is all in payroll. So this is general fund. We've allocated a portion of our payroll to the affordable housing fund, fund, because there's people over there maintaining those properties. There's 14 properties, and that's 14 is going to 24 in 2026. So that'll likely be an increased number in years to come. We also have the water fund, which is an enterprise fund. That's a standalone. And so that 6.4 is general fund, water fund, and affordable housing. So this is kind of the breakdown of the three funds. Of note here is head count. You'll see, first of all, what our vacancies are. This line here, this is all police. There's $550,000 of budgeted payroll for vacant positions in the police department. I know we're actively recruiting, trying to be creative in hiring, reaching out to people in town. Got the QR code in the back of our police department cars, trying to create more awareness for recruiting. It's a tough job here to recruit, because everybody's really fighting over the same piece of meat. Aspen's doing the same thing. They're hiring. Glenwood Springs has got hiring bonuses. People are raising the stakes to keep their people. We have two positions that I did green light. One was in the water department, and we did not backfill the assistant public works director, so we have zero budget there. So I used that head and gave that to, or not gave, but devoted it to public works. And the construct now would be for Justin to have either be a parks person or a streets person. I don't necessarily know if that's been finalized as far as how that's going to net out, but Justin, from my seat, engenders a lot of confidence. He'll make the right call on how that resource gets allocated to which department. So looking at head count, you'll see full-time equivalents. Really, we had a little pop there from 24 to 23, but it's been leveling out here at this 51, 52 number. You see the water department, we did add somebody there. We were somewhat vulnerable. I think only having really just one person in distribution, one person in treatment. And I think that Justin spotted that and wants to add some resources to that. Water fund is obviously, you don't appreciate something until you don't have it. And water is kind of a important thing to have here. So we did allocate more resources for that. Of note too, in this analysis here, payroll, some other than vacancies and headcounts, is that our fringe is going up again. 13.5% was our increase for health insurance. That's actually, from what I also learned last week, that's probably not a bad increase considering what some other people are experiencing. So we continue to have our insurance with Colorado Benefit Employee Trust, CBIT, and it's good insurance. And if it gets to be the point where that's too much of a fringe to carry, we can also change the cost sharing that employees pay for it. But right now, we want to remain competitive with the market. Again, the last comment on this is that the percentage of payroll expense relative to general revenue, general fund revenue, is still less than half. You pull out, recurring revenue, you pull out the financing, isn't really revenue. I mean, it's you show it as a source, but it's not really recurring revenue. Recurring revenue is around 12.6 million, and you pull out this, you pull out your grants, because that's grant. You can't bank on grants from happening. So this is really about 12.3, 12.4. So we're still within comfortable range of having being less of our spend. And that's important so that when revenue does get challenged, you're not necessarily laying people off. I think that's been the philosophy all along. Keep a tight number on personnel. Okay, good with personnel. Our third domain here we're running now is operating. So operating expenses, these are all department expenses. And here are, can we go to the other one, Jenny? Because this, go back to the general, the revenue and expense summary.
This one, yeah.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Perfect. All right, so David, this is your point. In the legislative section here, we had amended the budget for legislative to be $1,007,000 and we got a budgeted number of 1.1. So what's in that 1.7 million in the current year? Well, we had $600,000 of contribution to the mobile home park. It's in that in that 1.7. We also had the green team in here. The green team is a collection of a lot of different activities. Essentially, it's Basalt Connect. There's composting. There's core. There's did I say composting? Recycle. There's probably about 20 different activities in the green team, and it's year over year, like even e-bike rebates are in that as well. And I did take that number down at the suggestion of some council members of taking it down for 2026. Because the important thing I want to mention here is that because our revenue is not increasing, and it's susceptible to a decline too in 2027, that we really need to watch our escalators, and our payroll is escalating. We're not increasing, we're not going crazy with headcount, but we really got to be mindful of our discretionary expenditures, because this has to be, and we're required to be, a structurally balanced budget. Structurally balanced budget is you have recurring revenue, it's got to be at least what your recurring expenses are, and you pull out all your one-time things, and really need to hammer on this. So green team is something that we could still scrutinize for some savings. The events also is in this number. We had, this continues to evolve, I think for the better. We have had, last year, we included this concert series. We were the holder of the liquor license, so we had all the liquor sales came to the town. We had a cost sharing with Mountain Heart for a portion of the proceeds. We also had charities that were receiving some of the proceeds from liquor sales. So that was pretty much a push. And then we had a subsidy from the lodging tax that comes over to offset the events. And then we had sponsors on top of that. I was hoping that we would have like no blood on our ledger, that we'd have, we'd end basically flat, zero. But it doesn't appear that we're going to end up totally at that number yet. So I know that we're still working on finalizing it with Brent Compton, our events coordinator, and kind of the summary P&L, if you will, of the events. So I hope to have that for you at the next council meeting. Probably do that just to give you a sense of kind of what needs to be done, potentially different, to lower that cost, or at least be at a point where we're not incurring any red ink because of the events.
Yeah, we love them. We love the concerts. We love the events.
Sure.
We just want to make sure we can fund it sustainably. Like there's a revenue source. And
Right. Well, we got sponsors, we've got the liquor sales, and then we've got a lot of, and then we also have the lodging tax.
Yeah.
And then it assumes the lodging tax continues at the same rate. So, last thing I want to mention is that portion of the Rita Lake Modern, there's 2 points of the Rita of Lake Modern. One goes to Willits, and the other point goes for, or 3/4 of that point goes for affordable housing. 25% of that remaining percentage goes to public transportation. So I'm taking a portion of the Rita that's tagged for Lake Modern public transportation as an offset for providing Basalt Connect. And again, trying to keep that expense under control as well. And it's transactional base. You're basing it off of a Rita. So Rita is not a recurring revenue. So we may ultimately at some point have to start charging for use of Fort Basalt Connect to keep that from, because that service is going up every year as well.
have we gotten numbers from Rafty yet? I know that.
It seems like it's 40% of what the cost share is going to be. That's down from 50. So we're making it up by having some of that money coming in from Lake Modern's Rita.
Bless you.
So that's the legislative section.
So for Rafta though, for Basalt Connect, we're looking at 619.
Yep. Yep.
And then,
40% of
they
that.
pay 40, we got the park monitorita. And the rest, like, how are we funding the rest? General fund somewhere?
General funds, right? I think the top line number for the green team, I don't have the right up. I'm thinking it's around 700,000, 700 or 800,000.
I think
We
so.
have some offsets in there. You gonna be able to
Do you
pull
want
it
me
up?
to pull it?
Do you have it?
I can pull it real quick. Right.
Yeah, 700,000 is what I thought. That's what we have. And that's net of a lot of the things against it. So we're showing, you know, the budget was 852. We're taking it down to 762. We're taking it even down a little bit more to 708 for some offsets.
And how much do we have left as far as what are we budgeting for e-bike rebates? I know
Took that down to 20.
I mean, I'd prefer honestly to get rid of that and use that towards Basalt Connect and other things.
I could get on board with that.
Agreed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just don't know if it's the best, I don't believe it's the best use of those funds. And I know that RAFTA probably intends to continue to decline the amount, you know, based on, to kind of wean everybody.
Well, it was 50, now it's 40.
Yeah, because there's, you know, there's Glenwood, there's us, there's Carbondale. They want to, you know, I just think we're going to end up needing that money. And first and last mile from like a micro transit, Basalt Connect, especially once it electrifies, and you know, they were showing off electric vans at the some startup was. I mean, that's coming, and then that's going to be a really big leverage point to make that really great as far as the zero emissions play.
Okay.
Will you remind me what the childcare unrestricted goes to?
What that does, you know what that is? It's the lease payments on the Stotts Mill daycare that we get reimbursed for.
Right.
So it's money in, money out. You're just trying to give me a trick question. All right, let's go to administrative, back to the departments here. Judicial is really not a lot. I was saying in administrative, this is a big number. And, you know, legal expenses have been higher. I know I've talked to Jeff about it. He can speak to some of that if he wants, if you want to hear from him. We also have some litigation expenses that we are incurring. Insurance is higher with CIRSA. It's Colorado Intergovernmental Risk Sharing Agreement. We also have all of our services are outsourced. All IT is outsourced. All our accounting software, there's ClearGov, and OpenGov, all of those things are in that administrative. Not a lot of room to move around there. We also have our Tabor COP in this administrative number. So I don't really see a lot of relief here on.
This is niche, and I think the answer is no. But for CIRSA, like part of the reason that went up, my understanding is like front range communities are getting sued. They're having these huge payouts, and
law
that
enforcement.
makes
Law enforcement.
little towns like ours that haven't had those issues.
Right.
Our insurance goes up. Like, what is
Well, that's the whole
a
idea of
fix
a
for
risk
that? Would that be
sharing.
like state legislation? Would that be advocating with
It's
CIRSA?
not a, CIRSA is not a
Is it private?
governmental entity. It's
Okay.
it's formed by the it's not controlled by the state.
It's
in
like
other
our own
words.
trade
Yeah,
group.
it's-
Okay,
right,
so
it's-
there's
And, I mean,
no
the
fix.
town has had claims that CIRSA has provided defense coverage for, and is providing defense coverage for right now. But Doug's right that a lot of their expenses are driven by, law enforcement litigation. My understanding, and maybe we can get more information from CIRSA, is that there is a formula to kind of allocate it based on kind of the risk profile of the local government
I think
that's a
we're the
member.
healthy person, yeah.
Right. Right. It's my
And
understanding.
I think also wind and hail, there was also a
Yeah.
lot of damage to property for
Right.
hail on the Front Range. I think we might have had some here too. But, I mean, it's something we gotta have. I mean, we could look at a private market, but, you know, I don't know if we actually get, because private market's for profit.
Yeah.
And then there can be a profit margin built into this. So, and they're pretty good about playing claims. So it's, anyway, I think it's a good choice for the town. All right, moving on here, next big outlier here is our building facilities. You see we're at $700,000 this year as a budget, tracking 700,000. We're going down to 250. Why is that? Well, we have in this number, one of our debt payments is the purchase of the future home of the Police Public Works building down on Original Road. That's a $470,000 COP that we're in our final year of making. As discussed with you guys, I'm embargoing that money, and I moved that actually over in capital. As we get to capital, you'll see that I've actually taken that money. I don't want to spend it elsewhere. I want to spend it for the Police Public Works building. So I actually have that tagged for capital when we get to it. Also, I'll wait for capital on that one. Speaking of police, that's our big outlier here too. Why is these increases are pretty good. 850 is our tracking number right now. We're slightly less in operating. We're tracking a little less than our budget. We're going up quite a bit, and that's principally the parking enforcement that we're signing up for. And I'm working on improving that number. There's a couple different things I'm looking at that could relieve some expense. I was supposed to have a call today, but it got pushed to tomorrow. So I may have more of an update a little bit later about how we net out on that. The other thing in this police department's budget that's kind of a concern to me is the dispatch that we pay Pitkin County, reimburse them for the dispatch services they provide. And the number is going up like, I don't know, it's like 9% a year increases. Something going up 9% every year, it's gonna double like in 8 years. And it's shown very good increases. And that number needs to be improved too. And I look at, we say our sales tax, the state sends us money, Eagle County sends us money, Pitkin County sends us sales tax money, we get marijuana tax money, so we got a lot of things in that sales tax number. But when I look at that Pitkin number, and this is not speaking out of school, it's public record, it's about $600,000 they're sending over, and we're sending 400 back. We're sending like 2/3 of it back just for the dispatch services. So that's something that's got to give. It's either we got to get, and from my seat, that the revenue, I don't believe we're going to be able to influence the revenue so much because that's actually was a voter type issue. But I do believe that they can do something with the expense allocation being less than what it is. That's my view. I'll be working on improving that number. It will be probably challenging too, given that Pitkin's going to have a 10% drop in revenue in 2027. So anyway, but it needs to be addressed, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I think Eagle County's gonna have the same experience with a drop in revenue as Pitkin is. And, it's always been the fun question, right, is how much influence do each of these governments have on our community as a,
Right.
on the.
Well, we're more Eagle than Pitkin.
Right, and, I look at what came in front of us tonight as one of those things that you would do a impact study on, a 100% residential kind of complex with the demands for Basalt Connect and for improved recreational facilities at Crown Mountain. And then, I wonder about the potholes that are out there. I was gonna ask, do we have any unknown expenses with the river park or this anticipated construction on Two Rivers with the Sand District? Where are we at on some of those things, that require staff time? And I'm curious, and maybe we can get an update later on. The other thing, I think forecasting out to 2027 is good, but I think also forecasting out to the build out that we're looking at that could happen down there. I don't know what the timeline is, 5 years, 8 years. But that's a pretty good, and that will all go, that revenue from property tax and all that development in the Mid-Valley will go to Eagle. So there's a conversation that's probably coming with Eagle County, and I know I asked Jeff about this as far as our participation. We won't really have any in that application other than a referral. But in the long term, like everything in the I-70 corridor that's unincorporated or part of the county, there's a major dispatch being one of the examples.
Well, I think it's just two different issues. I mean,
Yeah,
dispatch
I know,
is
but
one, and then.
I kind of get looking out here a little bit further than 2020.
Right, I mean, I don't think there's any question that there's a lot of density being created east of 82, and then that's creating demand for more services. I think from the Basalt that would have to, deliver theoretically.
Yeah.
It cuts both ways, because none of those people are be shopping at City Market and Whole Foods and Four Dogs Liquors. I mean, you're going to get their sales tax dollars, so it does cut both ways.
Yeah, well, that's my point, I guess.
Right, right. But I think there is a discussion. I got a whole list of things for Gloria with transition. That'd be one of them. And
Is there any, does the Eagle have dispatch? Is that something we can look into as far as?
Sure they do. I know that I've talked to Aaron about it. And it's I think a complicated thing to solve, because it's just not dispatch. It's also record keeping and logging calls and having some continuity.
For sure, yeah.
So it's something not to be taken lightly. And I think we're just it just requires a little bit of a think, about what's best. But it just cannot exceed the sales tax revenue. I mean, we'd be upside down, providing just one service.
Yeah.
So anyway, let me round out the public gardens is increasing too, and that's really tagged to the increased footprint over in Stotts Mill. We're going to be taking over some of that property now that for maintenance. Now that I guess the time is up and the punch list is off with Brycor, and there's more work for us to do. All right, let's go into the fourth domain here. It's capital, and the last one, the debt service, is really quite easy to go through. So capital here, this is really the softest part of the budget, frankly. So I'm going to go through the bigger ticket items that it's legislative. This is really nothing here to comment on. Getting into buildings, you see our 2380 coming up for the Midland, I call it the Midland Residence 6 units. That's closing in 2026. This is where I alluded to the police public works building. I have 200 in fresh cash and another 450 in embargo money from the COP that we're just tagging to capital for that project, and hope to get that. Well, not hope. The plan would be to have Wold actually present in the first meeting in December the second set of plans that would show the A/B comparison to what they initially did versus a cut-down version of what we might be only afford to be able to do. So that's tracking. What's not in here, I didn't budget that Taka Youth Empowerment Center. We have, keep going down here, equipment. We have a dump truck that's basically 24 years old, not quite as old as you, Rick, but close. And we have a 2005 hook truck. So we're going to take those two, trade it in for a new one, two for one. And then you'll see a 2012 dump truck in 2020. Those are the out years on some of our replacement. But current year, we've got 250 tagged for replacement. Streets, we've got big ticket item here is the sidewalk extension by 7-Eleven. You also see, and this is being offset by that CDOT grant that we got from Colorado Department of Transportation. We also have money in here just for keeping up our streets. What's not in here, there was a request for more money for the South Side Roundabout. I did not put that in there. Felt like that's probably a $2 million project, and we only have impact fees of about maybe 500. So if we green light that, hoping to get grants. I don't know if our grants are gonna be $1.5 million to cover that project, but I'm thinking probably not. So I didn't want to start that project or get too far down the road with it, because it would take the risk of embargoing more of our general fund reserves that right now we're trying to keep for the public works, police station work.
A couple of questions on the sidewalks extension. Does the grant cover all of that 600,000?
Well, the grant's
Much is it?
719, 140 of it was grant money, so pretty much.
And do we get everything done as far as those sidewalk extensions next year? I know there's the broader planner on there, but just the sidewalk part.
The sidewalk part happens next year.
Okay.
This year, what we're hoping to do is finish the resurfacing of the bridge, and then finish the landscaping on the bridge next spring.
Okay.
And that's
sidewalks.
Confluence Park, that's gonna be in post.
Yeah. For the bridge.
Correct.
But this is,
This is the actual street.
so that's all in for that part of the project, and it's all next year.
Yeah, and I think some of that Confluence Park is actually happening this year. I think Catherine.
Besides, I'm just talking about just the sidewalk part up there, yeah.
Correct, the sidewalks are next year.
Right.
Okay, good.
Yep.
The design, the 173,000's in the 600? The design proposal, there was a change order to that earlier to increase it from the firm that was
There was a
OTEC.
minor change order. The change order was not for 173,000.
No, but the total contract went to 173.
I
right?
think so, yeah.
So is that in the 600?
In the 2025
Sure.
budget, that
That's,
was.
yeah, this,
Okay.
Yeah, we're talking about 2026.
and is that what Rick's referring to, the entire design for the Confluence Park, not just the sidewalk, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
And the change order, just for quick reference, was because the condition of the existing bridge had to be investigated significantly more.
Right.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification.
Can I ask you a question, what happened on that bridge? Because we obviously did a great job, we won an award, the bridge was beautiful, and then all of a sudden now we have to redo it, and I'm just wondering, A, why, and B, who was at blame for the first part of it?
I'll take that honor. No, the history there is it was going to be where the Midland Bridge was gonna be built at the 7-Eleven location instead of where it is today. And so there was a conversation that happened over a year or so with Stotts to acquire the property, shift the idea to a pedestrian bridge, and then Rappaport and Harry Teague, I think, collaborated to create that pedestrian experience across there. So that bridge is a significant issue for the river because it's a pinch point. So the history of it, probably structurally, what was underneath there was already halfway gone. And the good news is we were able to convince the Stotts to keep the traffic away from the schools by selling the property over on the other side of the bridge to the town. So whether or not architecturally, there was a lot of significant effort made to do the existing structure underneath it. I don't think that happened. But there's nobody at fault. I mean, it was a pretty small project at the time and very successful, I guess, in the long run.
What are they remediating?
So the surface of the bridge was, had the tiles and the pavement there had exceeded its lifespan. So doing any corrections or filling any gaps or broken was not possible. So we looked at options to do that. Through that process, we learned that there's no drainage, there's no ceiling underneath those landscape planters. And so all of the status of the concrete there was questionable. Beyond that, we didn't have solid information about the differential between the sidewalk and the road level of that. So there's just a lot of safety issues there, as well as what extent the electrical and the infrastructure on that bridge were.
Most of our money went to reinforcing the abutments for that bridge because they were undercut and being eroded by the river. So you'll notice under there's these concrete riprap structures that help keep that thing where it is. Otherwise,
I guess more I was asking, you know, I feel like in my time was when we did the music park and the beautification of the bridge, and that's the beautification is part of what caused the deterioration. And so I'm just wondering, I just want to make sure we do it right this time, because I just had a lot of people ask me about it. So that's the only issue, but you addressed it, Michelle, and you can see the deterioration if you walk over there.
That's good info, thank you.
All right, let's back to capital, just page down a little bit more here. Let's see if we can wrap this up. Just nothing, I think the next thing here is this open space and trails. This is, a lot of money is rolling through here and has, and we've typically underspent. We've had too many projects that we have more food on the table than we need. And 14 of these projects, there's like 25 different projects here. Say 14 of them or so are ranked 3 and 4 as far as a priority. So there's an interesting matchup here of priorities and what post the committee meets, they do a work plan, they have priorities based on their assessment of what needs to be done, citizen-based type input. And then there's also then the council's priorities about what needs to be done. And there's only so much intellectual firepower to go around. And it seems like what's happening in this transition is that work that is finding its way to get done by that perhaps some of that labor needs to be redirected on a higher priority project. And I think what I'm going to suggest is, again, this is when Gloria comes, and sort of the transition, kind of complete the transition with her, is really align the council's priorities with the various committees. May be necessary to do more work sessions and have more informed thinking. And then also for the committees to understand what some of the bigger projects are too, that are competing for time. So there'll be more to come on that. I think it's part of the softest part of the budget, and there's more work that needs to be done. And there's a 5-year plan here that is probably, I know is going to look different from the initial cut here. So with that, I'll just round out. One last thing for capital is our...
Before we jump out here, just, are we, does this reflect that as far, or do we still need to kind of take the scissors out?
Well, I think there's going to be some cuts. I think I said there's like 25 different projects here, and there's our
okay, just to be clear,
3 and 4. So there will be some cuts in capital, and then the out years are going to look different because we'll be developing more of the fully cost of maintaining these assets once they're constructed. So there's more work to be done. So what you're seeing now isn't what you'll see again in next month. We approve the budget.
The police and public works, 645. I mean, is that everything we're going to need next year?
Well, we'll see what, I guess, how I'm thinking about it is that we're not going to be able to get everything we want on that parcel. And there's ultimately going to probably be 2 locations. That's what I'm thinking. But in fairness, we should have Wold, present their cut of what this asset's going to look like once it's constructed. I think we could spend more than that. It depends on, I think you got to have somebody thinking about it every day. It can't be a part-time job for somebody here on staff. They got to be thinking about it. They got to be thinking about what the next move is going to be. They got to be thinking about what's going to happen after the April election. We're going to have potentially new people are in council. You're going to have, theoretically, you're going to be putting a sales tax initiative on the budget to fund this project for November, and that whole campaign would have to be started in probably April, right? And the cutoff time is like September, where you really go dark, and you really can't use any more town resources to for public outreach. So I think that's really the emphasis. And then coming up with, I mean, you gotta get on with annexing the land, contacting the agencies, going through the various process and getting this done. I think there's work that could be done, frankly, whether you have the plan A or plan B, you're still gonna have a site
Sure,
that you're
yeah.
gonna have to come up with and get armed with it. So I
We'll
do-
know more when Wold does their bid
Right,
in
and that-
December.
And I'm asking them to also put together more of a Gantt chart timeline and then see where we could actually either hire them or redirect somebody on staff to take the project on a full-time basis. I mean, that's what it's gonna come down to.
I mean, that's the top priority, so we fit other things in the
Right.
white space around that to get that
Right.
done. I mean, that's, I think, what we talked about, basically.
I mean, that's what I'm hearing council tell me. So that's how I'm thinking about it.
I mean, I would love to see, but, I mean, the 2026 capital cost, like an estimate that's more, closer to what we think it might be by the time, I don't know if that could be when we actually pass the budget in November, but at least by, I don't know if we can amend it again in December, I mean, or we would just do a supplemental, you know what I mean, like something else later. But sooner rather than later, figure out what we're looking at, and not just for next year, but for the out years too.
Right.
Yeah.
I think a lot depends on whether or not we get that sales tax initiative.
Yeah, I mean, that's a risk.
Right. I mean, we have money. We have the general fund has cash. I mean, we could spend, free cash up to $6 million, $7 million, just have that reserves on the project. And we can borrow money, based on, you know, you can eliminate things and you can eliminate line items in your budget and free up cash. You can sell assets. You know, there's a lot of things you can do, to fund the project.
I mean, I think we'd have Plan A, and then if something happened, couldn't do it, then we have to get the shears out and figure out
Right.
another way.
Right.
It's really worthy of a timely work session that needs to take place sooner than later to push this boat off of the shore and get it going, because it's, you know, the longer we wait, the longer we wait.
Yeah.
So
More boat on the shore than in the water right now.
Well, I think I'm gonna suggest we have that as a work session in December.
Yeah.
At 5 o'clock, we'll just go listen to the Wold presentation and and then, by the way, December, Gloria will be here, right? So she'll be taking the reins.
So just so I understand, I mean, on this list of 25 projects this is for the open space and trails restricted sales tax? So this is restricted sales tax dollars?
It is yes.
Okay.
And I'm not suggesting we're using post money for the police
Okay.
public works.
Okay, just want to be clear on.
Yeah, I'm not.
All right.
No, if that's what you're inferring.
No, you talking about trimming, I'm just kind of wondering.
Well, we're
To go where?
Well, I think we're gonna trim the post projects
Okay.
to free up some capacity to work on some other things.
Okay.
Our higher priority.
Gotcha.
Is what I'm saying.
Gotcha.
I mean, honestly, 2E, working on 2E next year, I don't see how we have the bandwidth to do that, even if we bring somebody on board. Because we gotta get parcel 9 done. We've got, the duplex, the second set of duplex. You know, there's all these things, so I mean, I would like, and there's so many things on the list now, honestly, that we need to, I think you guys need to take another cut at it based on the prioritization from the June retreat.
Yeah.
But right off the top, I mean, I just don't know how much we can really do on 2E with everything else going on, the priorities that we have.
Fine. I think one thing that'll be tricky and when you're looking at these numbers is to know that we're under contract for some of these amounts that will go into 2026. So we already have contracts for some of these projects.
Sure.
So it's just gonna be, something to consider as we move forward.
Yeah, no, I mean, that could go into into the process, like, we already have something in flight, let's not waste money.
Yeah, and we have
Let's look at
we have
what-
markers. We have markers in here too, placeholders. So
And I think there's different revenue sources available for certain kinds of projects, like in terms of grants and so
Yeah.
forth, and others, just for, something to think of as you advance the different types of projects.
Yeah, for sure. This is also thinking of like soft costs, like for
Sure, yeah.
Okay. And then just rounding out capital here, we do have a water meters we are going to be replacing. So that's further down here. Water meters. So we're starting that, we're going to have RFP go out for that later this year. And I think the plan is there's like, I don't know, 900 accounts we have that under our water system. And we have Census as the present metering device. And it appears that they will be the replacement one. But I don't think that decision's been made yet. But I think the worthy thing to note here is that there's also the JV AM, I think it was the water consultants that did a 10-year study of infrastructure pointed out that we need to replace some water lines.
Right.
And we have that in the plan. It was like $1.8 million for a water line replacement. And then the meters themselves, we don't have enough money to do both. And the water fund has its own restricted funds. They need to keep their reserves as well. So the reason I'm mentioning that, that's the segue into the last domain, which is debt service. Right now.
Is that all in for the water meters, like?
No, that's just what we're going to be spending in 2025. It's going to be a multiple year
That's
project.
just next year, okay.
Just go to, you good, Deb? Yeah, so I'm just going to round this out because I've been an hour now. I'm already over. We have, this is our little table I'm running with. G&O is our general obligation debt. This is our taxable and tax exempt bonds. You see our principal and interest payments are in this column here. It's basically secured by our milled levy. This is running through the bond fund. See, we're deleveraging our balance sheet. We have right now, 2026, we have actually 2025, we have our final payment on the COP securing the original road real estate. We have our final payment on Albany Park next year in 2026. And then we're smooth sailing here because the only thing that we have then is our Tabor bonds that we'd have to pay, Tabor COPs rather, that will run out in 2029. So the balance sheet's in good shape. But, so we talk about maybe issuing some COPs for the Midland. We're talking about maybe issuing some debt for the water fund to pay for the meters. We're going to be issuing some debt for the Police Public Works Station. And then we're also likely going to be doing some certificates of participation for the parcel 9, which is the 16 units over by the rugby field, right? So the good news is that we have the financial flexibility, and COPs don't require voter approval, as long as you have the revenue to support your debt service. Water meters are an easy thing to finance. You've got that secured by water bills. And then the only thing that is really the wild card is Police Public Works Station. That could be a significant investment. It will be a significant investment. So anyway, I'm at an hour, so I'm already 20 minutes over. So
I was expecting an hour.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Well,
so at the end of the day, we do have a structurally balanced budget. It is going to be, it looks a little different when we make some adjustments here, but we're going to be slightly in the red. At least that's what this would suggest. But it will likely be in the black when I go through and make a couple more adjustments to it. Our restricted funds will also end in the black. Capital Constructions Fund, the only thing we've got left in this fund is our unspent money for green projects. Our water fund is, it got a little war chest there, but we need to keep money in reserves. This also, bear in mind, includes property. And then these other funds there's no meaningful accumulation in the fund balances. So that's the budget.
All right.
Doug, do you just want to go over a quick timeline for the budget for now and the end of the year?
For the calendar?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll be, next meeting, we'll do an amendment for the 2025, do the first reading. That's the ordinance. do the second reading in, here we go. Look at you, Jenny.
This is where we are.
So we got the publication going out. I guess that's going to be tomorrow. We've got more work to be done on the budget. We'll be continuing to doing. We'll have a final budget and we approve it by resolution at the November 11th meeting. And then we'll set the levy for the property taxes in December. And then I'll certify the levy on the 15th after we pass by resolution certifying the mill levy. So I think we're just going to continue working on the budget and have another cut here in about a month. Okay? And then in the interim, we'll be doing a third quarter review and also just amending the 2025 budget for some of these variances that we've been incurring to date. But all the adjustments will be positive. So,
Okay. Well, I have some comments, but I've been kind of.
Yeah, I just think the word cut seems hard to, deal with. We're just kind of reorganizing, reallocating, setting us up for success down the road. And I think that, this is one of those times when the budget is challenging for us because there are so many external factors that are pushing back on us. And I don't think Basalt's ever turned their back in a challenging situation like this prior, and I don't see us doing it now. And some of these pills would be a little hard to swallow when we have to reduce our capital expenditures to accomplish a bigger goal for the longer term. I think we're on the right track, and I hope we can come up with I don't know if it's a mission statement or a goal statement that says where we are here now and where we're headed is going to be positive at the end of the day, because we're not going to bury ourselves in the meantime. So I have a very solid, positive point of view on this effort, and it's not easy, but that's why you get to sit up here, I guess, and you get to sit there. So I think in the long run, we're doing the right things.
Thanks, Rick. Anyone else?
I peppered Doug with all of my questions already.
Yeah, I just want to, a couple things, and you guys maybe think of a couple of these comments. I always want to make sure we are taking a long view of what we think these items might cost from a capital perspective over the 5-year time horizon, and the plan that we intend to do, whether that be through a sales tax or whatever. If we aren't able to execute our plan for whatever reason, i.e. we lose a ballot initiative next November, then we'll have to adjust them. But I think we need to look at it in terms of this is what our game plan is, and look at it over the 5-year period, because to Michelle's point, we get things in flight, and then it's well, they're already kind of going. We're already have this momentum, but maybe if we have the better visibility into what we're really signing up for, and couple that with that more ruthless prioritization about what we need to focus on, i.e. police and public works, we'll be in a better position to kind of maneuver through that and maneuver around the obstacles that come up. I think, and to Jeff's point, it would be good when we're looking at some of this stuff next time to have a focus on the fund, a double click into the funding source part with the capital in particular. So that way everybody's clear, including me, and I'm clicking around trying to track as we go, make sure I'm, so we all can see this is coming from this fund, this is coming from that fund,
Right.
We're not conflicting, at least in that perspective. Then it becomes a matter of staff bandwidth and prioritization from there. But that removes that obstacle. I want to make sure we're doing the most we can, but getting the most done too, and doing it effectively with the money we've got.
Right.
So thank you guys all, everybody, for doing it, what you did. It's good.
Right.
Good stuff.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. Thank you, guys.
Still up, Doug.
Yeah, what's next? I got to read some. Okay, so now we're going to council actions, believe it or not. Item 7A, interview and appointment, Basalt Finance Advisory Board. Interview and appointment of prospective FAB member. And Doug, you've got this one, and Everyone come up.
So,
Eric, you come on up.
I don't know if you know Eric Weissman or not. He's been speaking with him for a while about joining our financial advisory board. He's been, he works here in Basalt for Edward Jones. He was basically specializing in investment banking, real estate acquisitions, consulting. Prior to being with Edward Jones, he was with the city of Aspen as a strategy consultant. Now works with families and business owners throughout the Roaring Fork Valley. He'd be a great addition to the Financial Advisory Board. It's good for me to bounce ideas off of some other people, kindred spirits, if you will. We don't always have the pick of the litter with financial acumen here. And I know that we've actually lost 2 members that we had for a while. Cheryl Rupi left and moved. And then Simon Dogby has indicated he's going to be terming out in his time as well. So we're really down to 3. The only thing that I want to point out is our bylaws only allow for there to be 1 non-resident of Basalt. He lives in Snowmass. And so we'd be asking for an exception to that because we already have Tyler Hollenbach. He lives up on Pinion Drive, and that supposedly is not in Basalt town limits. So it's kind of like quirky why it's not in there. So Tyler works for Eric Tiley over at JVAM. And just a good group of people. So I would ask for dispensation that we'd actually, in making this appointment, authorize there to be a change in the bylaws for the Financial Advisory Board to allow there to be more than 1 non-resident of Basalt. So with that, why don't you join, why you want to join, and kind of you can interview with the council here.
Sure, happy to do that. So I live in Old Snowmass, so a little bit closer than Snowmass. Technically in the Basalt School District as well. Reached out to Doug, 6-7 months ago, and asked him what the opportunity looked like for the Finance Advisory Board. My background in investment banking, I was an analyst for over 10 years, and then worked in financial technology consulting, where I built financial models for technology companies. So all very much in the financial realm. Wanted to look for an opportunity to give back to the community and this community that I love and I work in, and felt like this was a great fit. So that's ultimately why and how I'm here today. Happy to answer any questions anyone has.
Well, thank you for wanting to give back. Do we have to do anything to actually change the bylaws, or?
Is there, are you looking for the bylaws to be amended as part of this appointment? Okay. So we could make an appointment subject to council approving, or I guess council could authorize an amendment to the bylaws, and we could make that to the existing one through this motion. Well,
allowing a second out of town limit person.
Yeah.
And I know, Ryan, you got your hand up too.
I guess I'd like to bring back that amendment to the bylaws in a separate action. So if council wanted to make the appointment subject to approving an amendment to the bylaws, we could bring that back.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds good. Ryan?
Yeah, I just support that. I was going to say, we should not miss out on this opportunity because of a bylaw. So
yeah,
he's a great guy, and I support it.
Thanks, Ryan.
Where's your office?
It's right over here. It's
right over
Cold
there.
Rivers, yeah.
Okay.
And, yeah.
You've got kind of a subdued sign. It's like gold or something, I think, right?
What's that?
Your sign's not.
Yeah,
doesn't
exactly. It
jump
doesn't
out.
stand out. It's
Just
right above Rhino's Pizza there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, go
Is
ahead.
that exemption present in all the committee appointments?
Doug, I'm just looking at our form bylaws. Maybe it's different for the FAB, but I'm seeing up to 2 members, maybe non-residents, so long as they are staff from the local business community.
So, I don't know. What I read indicated it was only 1, but.
I don't know if I have that's just in our general form bylaws.
Okay. I was looking at the actual one
Okay.
Jackie signed when she was the mayor.
Gotcha.
is limited to one.
Okay. So that must, I guess the trend is for them to change maybe to that over time. So yeah, we could bring that. This would be an opportunity to make these bylaws probably consistent with some of the other committee bylaws.
Yeah. Thanks for being willing to take the time and get involved. That's much appreciated. Mayor, I move that the town council appoint Eric Weisman to the FAB for a 3-year term to end April 2028, subject to approving the amendment to the bylaws.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. Pam, will you please call the roll?
Absolutely. Let us begin with Ryan Slack.
Yes.
Thank you, Ryan. David Knight,
Yes.
Dieter Schindler,
Yes.
Hannah Berman,
Yes.
Rick Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thanks,
Thanks
Eric.
for-
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank
Thanks
you
for
all.
taking
Appreciate it.
notes and stuff over there, too.
I know you, I saw you. It was great.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Yep. Thanks, Doug. Next up, we have item 7B, an interview and appointment for Parks, Open Space and Trails, interview and appointment of prospective post member George Trantow and Michelle. You have this one.
All right.
Hey, George.
Hi.
Yay. So staff is asking for town council to consider appointment of George to a 3-year term on post. I'm going to skip my full review here, but George Trantow is a Basalt resident who has recently chaired the Mid-Valley Trails Committee and previously served on post. George is an active outdoorsman who would like to support the town's efforts in improving, maintaining, and keeping access to Basalt's parks and trails for everyone. I'll let you speak for yourself, but
Okay.
staff does recommend that council approves a motion to appoint George for a 3-year term.
Well, first, thank you, Mayor and Council, for serving. I know what you guys do. You're burning a lot of time and a lot of effort, and I appreciate that. As Michelle said, previously I was on post. Previously, I was actually the chair of the shooting range task force. I'm sure you all remember that was a lot of fun to be chairing that. And I was also on when Jackie Whitsett was mayor. They had a mayor's cabinet. So no absence of understanding what's going on with Basalt. I stepped back because I was working. I retired in July this year, so I have some time. So that's the major change. I will continue to chair Mid-Valley Trails, which, if you don't know, is funded through some of the tax dollars that come through Eagle County. And I think the ability for Mid-Valley Trails and Town of Basalt Post is really great. And I think I want to be that glue in that middle, bringing things together, knowing, all right, what projects, capital projects are upcoming based upon both entities, so that we can plan together and hopefully, get a little synergy and move projects forward that may be on both of our agendas or on one agenda, but you need a partner. So that's where I see my role. I've been here 28 years. I take personal joy in building trails, conceiving them, and nothing better than when they opened up Buckhorn, and we had scratched that out in 2006 with the help of the BLM. And if you've been on it today, it's a beautiful man-made trail, and Jeff can probably attest to that, as of other ones. So that's my passion, and that's why I'd like to be on post.
Great. If you could build any trail around here, what would it be?
Do you really want to know?
Yeah.
I want a trail from downtown to Albany Kittle.
Oh,
That would be great.
We talked about that in post
Good to the last drop, right?
20 years ago, and it didn't happen. And I'd really like to see one from here, downtown, to Elgibel. And we scratched that out, at least on maps. But that's a tougher one because of the state wildlife area. But those people that were here in the 90s remember riding the old pipeline down from through the
Salt Springs,
yeah,
Lexington.
and we used to be able to go up there. So, but great question.
Yeah, you got the vision.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
What other questions or comments you guys have?
I see the enthusiasm. I think the connectivity is great. That brings great synergy. So unless anyone has any more questions, Mayor, I move that the town council appoint Greg Trentow.
George.
Oh my God, sorry. I move that the town council appoint George Trentow to post for a 3-year term to end October 14th, 2028.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Pam, will you please call the roll?
Yes, absolutely. Let's begin with David Knight,
Yes.
Dieter Schindler,
Yes.
Hannah Berman,
Yes.
Rick Stevens,
Yes.
Ryan Slack.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Awesome. Thank you,
Thank you,
George.
George.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Michelle.
All right, next up, we have item 7C, a presentation and letter of support, Impact Accelerator Grant. And Sarah, just you up there? Oh, Gina?
Just me. Gina
online.
McCracken is joining us online. So you know me, Sarah with the Planning Department. Gina is with CORE. And so just to frame this before I turn this over to Gina, I'll let you know that staff has been participating in pre-submission meetings for the Colorado Energy Office's Impact Accelerator Grant. The effort's guided by CORE. It's actually headed up by the city of Aspen, with other participating communities including Avon, Eagle County, Minturn, Picken County, Snowmass Village, and Vail. The Impact Accelerator Grant provides funding to local governments for policy and project implementation around local resilience and emission reduction, as well as other identified Colorado state priorities. The council is being asked to consider signing a letter of support found in your packet tonight, confirming Basalt's participation in the application process. And so Basalt will be asked to provide matching funding of just over $2,700, as well as staff time if the grant is awarded. Those funds, that $2,700 will be rolled into any award the community receives for its proposed project implementation. It's the skin in the game that Basalt will have. If the grant's fully awarded, Basalt will receive just over $142,000, and those funds are proposed to be used within Basalt for building retrofit projects. We're getting at that older building stock. The funds will target building efficiency projects for those that have participated in the building benchmarking program, as well as town-owned affordable housing units. The biggest priority of the grant is to enable a region-wide code update to get to that next step of the regional net zero roadmap. So collectively, the cohort communities will submit a letter of intent at the end of this month, and the Energy Office will greenlight the cohort communities to make a formal application if it's found that all the criteria has been met. I'm going to turn this over to Gina, and she can provide you some additional information on the Impact Accelerator Grant and the process.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sarah, and thanks everybody for having me tonight. I apologize that I'm not there in person. Before I get rolling, I just want to check that everybody can see and hear me okay, and can also see the slideshow that I am sharing my screen from.
Looks good. We can hear you too.
Looking good.
Okay, awesome. So again, Gina McCracken, CORE's Director of Regional Strategy, and I will be efficient as I know you all have a lot on the agenda tonight. Basalt, as does all of the other communities within our region, has climate action plan goals, and advanced building codes for new construction are absolutely a lever that we should be toying with in order to achieve our climate action goals. And again, the advanced energy codes only impact new construction and existing buildings going through significant remodels, and just make sure that the building stock being put into our communities today or tomorrow is built sustainably into the future. I'm sure many of you heard me come present the Regional Net Zero Roadmap to the Basalt Town Council. I believe that might have been early this year or late last year. So I just want to share this because code work in our region has been going on collaboratively for some time, and Sarah, Michelle, and Mitch have been incredible partners to this work. So we created a Regional Net Zero Roadmap to achieve net zero new construction energy codes by 2030 as a region. And that work went on between 2024 and 2025, which kind of sets the stage for this Impact Accelerator Grant. Since then, CORE has won another Colorado Energy Office grant to really focus efforts and bring funding in for current code implementation and enforcement, really. And so we've been post-roadmap, we've continued to collaborate and come together around energy codes and just make sure that communities have the resources that they need to implement current codes and think into the future about the next set of codes. So the Local Impact Accelerator grant opportunity is from the Colorado Energy Office. This is a federally funded grant and one of the last that I think that we can assume to see for climate work for some time, just considering the federal administration that we're working with right now. Sarah did a great job providing the background, so I won't spend too much time here, but really this grant program is focused on project dollars and policy implementation across 4 sector areas. We are, of course, focusing our application on the building sector. And the basic requirement for this grant program is that communities that get funding advance policies that go beyond state minimum requirements. And so we want to use our roadmap as a tool to adopt the next building codes with this grant funding. To participate in the grant application, each community that participates that Sarah shared has to sign a letter of, that says intent, that should say a letter of commitment. And then for Basalt's particular context, if awarded, the community match would be slightly above that 2.7K number, and then also a staff time match, which would just come in the form of us working with the Basalt staff on the code updates themselves. We think that we will be particularly strong in this competitive grant application because how many communities we'd be covering with our regional approach and just demonstrating that our region has been working together on this over time. So a couple other things to note about this grant. The typical award and the numbers that Sarah shared are based on the standard award amount of $2 million. The Energy Office is asking for folks to submit up to a $5 million budget and a more constrained budget that's below that $2 million mark, which indicates that they might be willing to award communities more than $2 million, but for the sake of safe assumption, we can assume that we'd get that $2 million award and that the numbers that Sarah shared with regard to Basalt's return would be correct. And some of the things that we would do with the grant are focus on the next set of building code updates to be updated in the 2027-2028 timeframe in alignment with our roadmap step B of that roadmap. Additionally, the project dollars from the grant would go to fund incentives for existing construction. So really channeling the majority of these grant dollars into the existing building stock and supporting the retrofitting of that. And again, we'd collaborate with the region to bring the code packages and the code language to councils for adoption and support any retrofit work that communities want to do in coordination with community organizations. CORE is using our grant consultants to help write the grant and get it submitted on time and make sure that it's polished. Aspen is the lead applicant because local governments have to be the lead applicant. CORE could not have been if we wanted to. And just to note that the project dollars have to be, which are those retrofits, have to be tied to the policies. And so something I think that is unique about our approach to this grant is that we will be able to tackle both the new construction building stock that would be coming through with the use of these grant dollars, as well as directing grant dollars towards the existing building stock. I feel like I just shared a lot about this, but just briefly, this work will include a wide-reaching stakeholder engagement process to make sure that we are engaging the workforce that would have to build to meet the next set of codes and do these retrofits all throughout the process. We would bring in the code experts to write the next set of code language that our communities adopt together while giving each community their own customized building code packages and then working on those retrofits. So the ask to council today is to commit to participating in the grant if awarded the grant. So we do not have any guarantees that we will be awarded at this time. Tonight is really about getting the letter of commitment, which will be included in the application. But again, we're really crafting a strong application given the regional momentum that we've built and all the collaborative work done to date regarding codes. So I'm happy to field any questions and yeah, just bring any amount of clarity that I can to the work that we're trying to move forward.
Yeah, I think the end user, I think a couple slides back, we talked a lot about simplifying and rolling out the policy before it was implemented. If I'm looking at this condition up there, we get 143,000, but we have to commit 2.7.
Yeah.
And so,
yeah.
That's quite the ask. I don't have a problem.
No, it's 2007. It's
2,700.
Yeah.
To get 143 to be obliged to spend 2.7.
So, okay. 2.7. So there's Gina, you might want to clarify that, but there are several communities and we are doing Our financial ask is 5.54%.
For the total region.
Right, and so there are communities and we also can do, staff
so-
time is also counted.
that-
So our financial ask is one portion of it, and our staff time is another portion.
My initial comments were more about, at the end of the day, when we have an applicant walk in the door, that it's a one-stop shopping kind of opportunity, because one of the things that I think people run up against are the barriers that the different entities in the community put in front of them. And fire mitigation is an example, because it's difficult to go through 3 or 4 departments to get a wildfire collaborative effort off the ground. And I can see this pattern repeating itself up and down the region with different jurisdictions creating different rules to go after different pots of money. And it's not a friendly environment for the end user. So I want to make sure that that statement about testing the policies before they're implemented really runs its course, because it is fatiguing at some level to go to remove 5 cottonwood trees and have 4 or 5 visits from staff on a project that's 1,000 feet long on a road. It seems to be, the processes work till they don't. And that's becoming, across the landscape here in the Roaring Fork Valley on wildfire mitigation, it's getting to be really difficult to implement projects on individual properties. So I think if we're talking about individual rebuilds, reconstruction, remodels, that process has to be really smooth and relatively easy. Because it's so time consuming, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, and one point of clarification that I hope is helpful. So there's kind of 2 parts to this grant, and that is the policy component and the project component. The policy component would include funds to create new construction building codes, the next set of new construction building codes that would be adopted during Basalt's next adoption cadence. And the region would all be adopting a similar code, which really helps with consistency, and the workforce has told us time and time again that that's incredibly helpful if the expectations look similar from community to community. The project dollars, which are the majority of the funds that would be awarded to communities, that's where that 143,000 plus would come in directly to Basalt. Those would be able to be spent down over a 3-year time frame in whatever fashion Basalt wanted to. I've been working with Sarah on workshopping what projects would like to be done with those dollars, but a combination of injecting those dollars in commercial buildings that want to do retrofits for energy efficiency or electrification, or focusing them in residential homes. And so, kind of like you're saying, the project dollars can and should be used as a proof of concept for the future building codes that will be adopted with the policy dollars. But yeah, just whatever I can do to kind of clarify the match. If there's still remaining questions on that piece, I'm happy to.
So if the 143 is awarded, we're obliged to support funding in our community to 2.7?
So I'll clarify again. In order to receive the grant dollars, the up to $2 million award, which is what we are going after as a region, we have to supply a $50,000 cash match. So that includes all the communities that Sarah mentioned were participating. We went methodical with that to determine how we can equitably come up with how much each community pitches into that match contribution of a total of $50,000. And we looked at things like the amount of development happening in a community and property tax and sales tax. And utilizing that, Basalt came in on the lower end of that spectrum at just over 5% of the required $50,000 match, which would be to the tune of $2,700. And so this is basically just saying that if we are awarded the $2 million for the full region, Basalt would have to put in its own $2,700 into the project and contribute that kind of to create some skin in the game. And what Basalt would get returned out of that $2 million, besides the policy work that would go collectively to the region to support with the code update process, Basalt would directly get over $143,000 into the community to support those rebate programs that I had mentioned.
That
So
seems
it's kind of,
like a good
you could think of
ROI.
it as a, yeah.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of risk there for $2,700. My
Right.
thoughts are on the back end of the actual implementation.
Yeah, and I think that the benefit of this is just really getting that, like Dana was saying, that regionality, so that everyone's operating at a similar level. Now, it can be tailored towards our community, of course, but that the expectations are going to, you know, the understanding when contractors come in, when architects come in, what they're gonna be operating under, is gonna be very similar across all of these communities.
So basically, let me see if I can play it back. Basically, we're signing up for this to participate and commit to a grant application. If the grant application is successful, we're on the hook for $2,700. The broader group will get $2 million-ish, and that will go towards helping enabling all the communities that are part of that grant application to have intellectual capital to go and put together code updates to hit those roadmap goals that are in here. And there's also the opportunity for $143,000 in rebates within the community. Is that, am I playing it back correct? Okay.
Policy and programming, perfect.
Yeah.
Think about it.
100% correct.
Okay.
So rebates to the applicant.
In the long run, in the long run.
Yeah, it would be through a process, but yes, it would be stay in our community. It'd be, to provide these, you know, energy efficiency retrofits, these upgrades, these things that need to be happening and are supported by the Colorado Energy Office.
So the ask tonight is just for support, for the letter to submit for the grant.
And you'd be doing this by way of motion, and we'd be asking for the mayor to sign the letter that's in the packet, so.
That's great.
I think this is great. I mean, buildings are 2/3 of our regional carbon emissions. That's despite having an airport with 79% of flights coming from private jets. Like, this strikes me as the grunt work that makes a really big dent in our regional impact, and I love that hopefully it'll give people a more universal code. Hopefully it can help simplify things for the development community. I think this is a great idea and appreciate your team and Gina and City of Aspen making it happen. So I'm supportive.
Yeah, electrification, I mean, that's huge. I mean, whatever we can do to move that along, so.
Finding ways to get at that older building stock is a tricky
Yeah,
thing, and
that's-
this is a great way to do it.
Really tough. So if there's some great ideas that we can work together, that sounds awesome.
And are we still hopefully gearing to get like a Basalt, like forget the details, this is gonna figure out all the details and it's gonna have someone else pay for figuring out the details, which is even better? Are we still able to try and go for new buildings only electrified in Basalt this year, or what's the read on that?
Yeah, so this grant will help us adopt the next level of IECC code and also help the entire valley adopt it at the same time so that we can get forward on that workforce education so that it's not a negative impact for us economically. Right now, the Basalt codes are highly electrified, but because we have our sustainable building regulations, all of the incentives where we fall, or the existing 2021 IECC is a little bit short on being fully electric. Our sustainable building regulations catch that because the rent fees for doing things that are not all electric have proven to be so disincentivizing to not be all electric that people are making their buildings all electric.
But with the one, I don't know, Jeff, stop me if we're not allowed to talk about developments, but like I do know there was a big development coming up that was gonna have gas as a part of it, and it strikes me that like this is so important over the next 2-3 years to get everyone aligned, to work out the IECC, all those gritty details. But I guess I would just continue to push that if folks are building new residential in Basalt, we should update our codes that new buildings just have to be all electric. Since that's what we had passed on our last roadmap, this would be our next roadmap. I kind of feel like we should tie the loose ends of the last roadmap before we launch in. Mayor, I move that the town council approve the letter of support for the local impact accelerator grant.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Pam, will you please call the roll?
Yes, let's begin with Rick Stevens,
Yes.
Ryan Slack.
Yes.
Thank you, Ryan. David Knight,
Yes.
Dieter Schindler,
Yes.
and Hannah Berman.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, council. Thank you, Gina.
Awesome.
Jan.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great night.
You too. Next up, we have item 7D, first reading of ordinance number 15, series of 2025. An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Basalt, Colorado, approving a minor subdivision for a lot line adjustment and amendment to a pedestrian and bicycle access easement for lots 1 and 2 of the Basalt Highland PUD subdivision, 202 and 204 Ridge Road, Basalt, Colorado. And Carlton, you're up.
Council, good evening. Carlton Henry, Planner 2 at the Town of Basalt. As the mayor has just mentioned, I'm here to present draft ordinance number 15, series of 2025, related to this minor subdivision up in the Basalt Highlands PUD subdivision. The two properties considered in this application are more colloquially known as 202 and 204 Ridge Road, but consist of lots 1 and 2 of the Basalt Highlands PUD. James, if you could go to page 275 of the agenda, that'll show the draft plat that we're considering here. This application initially went in front of P&Z back in July, and after discussion at P&Z and concerns of the neighbors were brought up, a redesign of the location of the bicycle and pedestrian easement was considered by the applicant and adopted as part of the design that we are considering this evening. Just 1 moment, I'll get that full screen. But also page 275 if you're following along in the agenda. For a little bit of background, the Basalt Highlands PUD subdivision had its genesis back in the 1990s, and the 6-lot subdivision has been developed lot by lot since 1995. There's still an undeveloped lot in the subdivision, which is 204 Ridge Road, a part of this application and consideration this evening. As a part of the subdivision, there's an existing pedestrian and bicycle access easement, which is located, begins up this driveway on 202 Ridge Road, and then continues, you can kind of see it in the background, before following the proposed access to the north, to the public land, both owned by the Town of Basalt and public land owned by, or operated by CPW to the north. At some point between 2006 and 2021, a boulder retaining wall was constructed, impeding this easement on Lot 2, and therefore impeding the legal access via that easement. As a result of the physical impediment, recreationalists have been trespassing on Lot 1 or 204 Ridge Road, and over the past few years, the town has attempted to resolve this property and trespassing conflict occurring on Lot 1. In 2001, when that 2021, when that effort first began, the Town of Basalt was unable to facilitate a resolution. During this summer, the owners of lots 1 and 2 were the same. It was a Mr. Mayman, and Mr. Mayman began engaging the town to resolve this property dispute in hopes of selling one of the two properties. In August, the applicant returned to P&Z with those changes to the easement as noted, which were amenable to the neighbors. Those changes we are considering today, and the proposed easement would be illustrated by this cross-hatched area following generally the eastern boundary of Lot 1 and entirely located on Lot 1. The lot line adjustment, as you guys, or as is proposed as well, would allow that easement to be completely captured on Lot 1, and then additionally will resolve some slight landscape encroachments caused by some retention in this general vicinity as well on the plat. Back in August, again, P&Z has recommended this application for approval with draft conditions. Those conditions are included as part of the ordinance this evening. I do believe we have a Mr. Dave Giannichetti from the applicant team online. I spoke with him earlier today, and it didn't sound like he had anything to share unless you guys had questions for the applicant. But I'm happy to entertain any questions you guys may have as well. If you could just bring the
I'll just add a couple of quick things. This has been an issue that's been in search of a resolution for quite a while, and was an issue we had discussed at length with the prior property owner. And then when the applicant purchased both lots 2 and lot 1 from separate owners, the solution started to crystallize a little bit more, at least conceptually, and that's evolved a little bit with the location of the trail and the lot line adjustment. But this is an area that through this application will help solve some public access issues and preserve the buildable area on lot 1. So it's good to see it come to this point.
I guess I'll just follow that up with.
Yeah, this is.
I'll just follow that up with 2 quick comments. Yeah, the first being that the Planning and Zoning Commission had 2 items that they wanted to see resolved. And so the 2 main changes since August, the applicant has agreed to assist in any trail signage and improvements to the trail to make that trail clear with the movement of the easement. There are plenty of recreationalists that use this, so trying to formalize what that trail is going to look like was amenable to the applicant. And then additionally, the second draft comment that I wanted to bring your attention to was to receive HOA approval, and we have received HOA approval, and that's included as part of your packet as well. Any other questions?
Jeff, was this like 2 years ago that we
Yeah.
saw this?
Yeah. It's when we had, the parcels were owned by different property owners at the time. We were marching toward a solution. The applicant then purchased both lots. During diligence, we kind of talked through a lot of what you're now seeing, and now it's kind of getting to those next steps. Yeah.
I'll move to approve ordinance 15 on the first reading. At the public hearing for October 28th.
Second.
Oh, yeah. So you did the second. Sorry. So moved and seconded. Pam, will you please call the roll?
Absolutely. Let's begin with Hannah Berman.
Yes.
Why aren't you on my list there? David Knight.
Yes.
Dieter Schindler.
Yes.
Rick Stevens.
Yep.
Ryan Slack.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Carlton. All right, make sure I didn't miss one. Okay, next up is item 7E, public hearing and first reading ordinance number 16, series of 2025, an ordinance of the Town Council, Town of Basalt, Colorado, granting special review, site plan amendments, mixed-use parking reduction, and a PUD amendment to legalize 4 dwelling units as deed-restricted units and a shipping container office space at 263 Park Avenue, Basalt, Colorado. James, you've got this one.
Yeah, and James, before this one gets started, I just want council to know that the applicant is my father-in-law, and this application hasn't required any legal work from me, but I'm going to step out of the room during this application. If there's legal issues that come up, we'll find someone else to work on them.
Okay, thanks, Jeff.
Yep.
Don't bring any. Streetlight war.
So this item, as the mayor indicated, is a public hearing and first reading of an ordinance on an application submitted by Tim Fortier. We have Tim here this evening as the property owner and Mark Jane representing him. The application is for a special review, a PUD amendment, as well as mixed-use parking reduction to legalize 4 dwelling units at 263 Park Avenue as deed-restricted Category 1 units. 263 Park Avenue is the Aspen Marble and Tile Company building that you see here, and you have a photo in your packet. It's in the Basalt Industrial Park. And as background, the property includes the marble and tile shop on the first floor and received approval for 2 deed-restricted units back in 1997 to be installed on the second floor. Those 2 units were constructed, and the applicant also added 4 additional units after the initial installation without the necessary development approvals and permits. And the 4 units that were added included 2 2-bedroom units, 1 1-bedroom unit, and 1 studio unit. The applicant has applied to legalize those 4 units, and they proposed them to be Category 1 units. Additionally, the applicant has requested a PUD amendment to be able to keep several shipping container that were added to the property as office and storage space that are connected to the building. And so they require a PUD amendment to adjust the setbacks to be able to maintain those. The process that is required is a special review, which requires approval from the P&Z and ultimately Town Council. There's also waivers from the Community Housing Guideline livability requirements for the 4 units that are necessary because the units were built before the town had the livability requirements for affordable housing. And as I noted, there's a PUD amendment because they need to adjust the setbacks to keep the office space that was added. Staff has identified a series of discussion items that are in your packet. They were reviewed with the Planning and Zoning Commission and BOC. They include consistency with the master plan, community housing livability requirements, the community housing categories for the 4 units, PUD amendment to maintain the shipping container space, mixed-use parking reduction, public pedestrian access, and associated with that, parkland dedication waiver, and then building and fire code improvements, and then number 8 there's been a request for waiver of building permit and plan review and special improvement fees for legalizing the project. In reviewing the discussion items in the project, staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission felt that the units satisfy a niche in the Mid-Valley inventory as they currently serve and are proposed to continue to serve very low income levels. The master plan expresses a desire for a broad range of community housing units in the town, including units in the lower categories. And so staff and P&Z believe that these units to be legalized satisfy these objectives that are in the master plan. Other discussion topics included the community housing livability requirements. The units are smaller than the range in the affordable housing guidelines in terms of size. And the units don't currently satisfy all of the community housing livability requirements. But in the Bach review, the applicants consented to updating the venting to vent to the outside, installing honeycomb blinds in the units, which is a requirement of the guidelines, and providing a storage shed for combined storage for those units. And then Bach also recommended that the applicant be required to install a 2-burner stove with ovens in the units that don't have them. I think there's 2 maybe that don't have the 2-burner stoves. And then an additional 1 washer and dryer for clothes. The applicant currently has 1 dryer and washer in the units. These improvements were included in the draft conditions that are in the ordinance that's in your packet. In terms of the community housing categories for the units to be legalized, the applicant is proposing for all the units to be Category 1. Bach recommended that the units be Category 0, with the exception that the current tenants could continue on under a Category 1 for the remainder of their tenancy. Bach thought that the units better fit the Category 0 with regards to size and the amenities for the units. The P&Z, however, in reviewing the application, recommended that there be a mix of Category 0 and Category 1. And so the draft ordinance represents P&Z's recommendation of 2 Category 0 units and 2 Category 1 units. Other topics included the PUD amendment to maintain the shipping containers that are office space and storage space. They're over here on the north side of the building. And as you can see, they come to within about 2 feet of the property line. This encroaches into the required side yard setback that's established in the PUD. So the applicant has proposed to establish the setbacks to be able to maintain those shipping containers. There's a draft condition that would accept the setback change with the requirement that fire separation of the containers be improved to meet the building code and fire code requirements to the satisfaction of the town building official. Other topics included the mixed-use parking reduction that the applicant has requested. The site currently has 13 parking spaces. 17 spaces would be required with the 4 legalized units. The applicant is proposing to add a couple tandem parking spaces on this portion of the site. This was a requirement of the HOA in reviewing the application to provide consent to make the application. And so the applicant has proposed to add those parking spaces. The applicant provided data in the application that the spaces are open a good part of the time on site. And staff has done some monitoring as well and found that to be accurate. So staff believes that the mixed-use parking reduction is appropriate, and so it's included in the draft ordinance. A couple of the parking spaces are partially on the town's right-of-way, and as such, the town would require that the applicant enter into a license agreement for those parking spaces so that the applicant would be required to maintain those spaces and plow them as well. Other topics for consideration include the public pedestrian access easement. The site currently contains a marble yard on the south side of the building, and there are currently some steps that go up to the Mid-Valley Center area where Mid-Valley Medical Center is located and the original road bus stop is located. Staff has been trying to come up with a scenario to get an access easement, pedestrian access easement, from the industrial park in the Willets Lane area up to the original road bus stop for quite some time. And we haven't been successful to this point. There have been other properties in the Basalt Industrial Park that proposed redevelopments in the past, and we're going to provide an access up from the industrial park to the Mid-Valley Center area. There was even one that was approved, but it never was developed, so we didn't get that access easement. So the applicant has proposed and acquiesced to doing a pedestrian access easement on the south edge of the property and providing a barrier between the yard and the pedestrian access easement so that we would have public pedestrian access to get up to the original road bus stop from the industrial park and the Willets Lane area. You know, there might be other opportunities to get easements and potentially better locations. Willets Bend could be one of those scenarios, but to this point, staff hasn't been successful in getting another access easement. So the P&Z and staff thought that this was an appropriate location to accept a pedestrian access easement. And the applicant requested in exchange for providing the pedestrian access easement that the parkland dedication fees on the 4 units to be legalized of affordable housing would be waived in association with dedication of that pedestrian access easement. So that's included in your draft ordinance. And then finally, the applicant has requested fee waivers from the building permit and plan review fees, as well as the special improvement fee for the 4 units to be provided. Staff outlined in your staff memo that in the past 15 years, there haven't been waivers from those fees, with the exception of for the fire station. And the reason that the fees were waived in that instance was because the fire district had allowed the police department to have the police department in the fire station for many years without paying rent. If council is interested in providing for the fee waivers, you could add a condition to the ordinance, but it's not currently included. So this evening, staff would suggest taking applicant comments, taking public comments because it's a public hearing, and then providing council discussion. And then ultimately you could approve the ordinance on first reading if you're comfortable. It should be noted that the Planning and Zoning Commission was supportive of the request with the conditions that are included in your packet materials. And Bach was also supportive, but as I noted, they recommended that the units be category 0. So with that, I will stop sharing my screen. And let me cue up Mark's presentation here. There you go.
That's the original site plan. Let's keep that. Will you be asking James questions, or want me to go right into?
Why don't you guys present what you got, and then we'll do a public hearing, then we'll ask questions and make comments.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'm Mark Chain, and I'm here helping Tim Fortier. I just call it Aspen Marble, to try to legalize these accessory dwelling units. And you have to apologize for the setup. I have a brand-new computer, and certain things aren't loaded, so I'll be asking James to just flip through a couple slides. I'm keeping it to a minimum. We do agree with most of the conditions of approval suggested. And just so you know, this has gone through a number of iterations now. We started with the Property Owners Association at Basalt Industrial Park. We had a meeting there this summer. Then we had some sessions with Bach, and then finally the Planning Commission. And at the beginning of the project, our code consultant, Bruce Stolbach, for building, was working with and the town of Basalt. Basalt Industrial Park Phase 2, that was approved in April of 1988. And this is in Phase 2. I'm not sure when Phase 1 was approved. This property was built in 1989, and then the town annexed this area in 1994. And the zoning it provided, it's an industrial zoning with the PUD overlay. And that's, PUD is pretty brief. It's really one page, you know, without even any background on what the intention is or anything else. Most people think it's, you know, just an adjunct to Willits. If you go on Park Avenue from Willits, if you go by the Oak Grove townhomes on the right, this is the first building. And let me just go through a couple things here. This is basically the present layout right now. There's 588 square feet of open space at this point, and all it is bluegrass, and it's not really that useful. And it looks to me to be pretty much used by people who are working there. All this property is flattened, by the way. It's 18,713 square feet, and the shell of the marble building is about 5,900. Right now, there's a ramp from the second floor, and it comes out to here, and this goes into this very steep area right here, and this is an area that has been leveled and has been used for a gathering in the past, and Tim has improved that recently, so it's better. And I'm getting to that because the Property Owners Association, they have concerns with parking, and they thought that since this open space, it doesn't really do much, it's not that attractive or useful, they suggested that there be tandem parking at this point. I'll wait for a second to move that. The other thing, that there's stairs which come down from these stairs, and they basically end at the storage containers, and that really was not. It's not good if people have to get out quick. So James, could you go to page 2, please? Okay, so over time, you know, here are the changes. So that open space was removed. We had the tandem parking. The rest of the parking has pretty much stayed where it is right now. This will be redone so that people can come off that ramp on the second floor and come down a stairway here and get out. We're just calling it here an emergency access, and egress is also a pedestrian easement. And that idea really came from the town, and the purpose, as James says, is to get up. Don't want to hit you, Doug. You know, up here is the Mid-Valley Medical Center, and you know, and condominiums, and further on by Original Road is the bus stop, and that is workable. And Tim and Bruce have been working on the type of barrier that would be used right here, and that still is a work in progress. It's a partial chain link fence. And we also removed a parking spot right here, which was shown on the site plan, but was rarely used, and this is really the loading area and storage for marble itself. Can you go to page 3, James? 2 dwelling units were approved for this in 1997. That approval resolution or ordinance is in your packet. The additional units were built after the recession, and I believe it's 2017. The open space that's in the back that we call a gathering area, that's about 500 square feet in size, and the other open space in that area is 3,718 feet. I put in the packet the comparison of the livability standards, the individual standards, and then which units conform and which items. And can you move that all down a little bit?
I don't think you can move that.
Okay, all right. Well, I put that there in case you wanted to talk about that. And let's go to the next page, James.
On the next page.
These are the category rentals, and category 0, 1, 2, and 3. And I have this here just because a lot of people don't know what they are off their top of their heads. In case you wanted to talk about it, this is a good display to see. We originally put in that they be for category 1, and Tim would like to keep it at category 1. He can speak after, I finish. I just want to get through this. In a way, these units are attainable just because of their location, and they're on top of a marble shop. It's not a nice condominium over Stotts Mill or anything else. And Tim would prefer category 1 because category 0, that's pretty low income. And what can happen is that if someone comes in, and it'd be great if they're successful, and then in year 2, then they're making too much money because they've been retained. And we think that could be a lot of turnover over time. So category 1 is still, an excellent category rental rating. And that's our proposal, and Tim thinks that would work much better. In terms of the fees, the request for fees for building permit fees and the special improvement fee, it appears that they are less than we actually thought. So if they are the amount that are suggested in James' memo, we have no problem in paying that. What we would like to do is try to reduce, if there are penalty fees that would come from the town because the units were built without the proper permitting, we would ask that the penalty fees be reduced or eliminated because we are putting in a lot of work to try to bring them up to code as much as possible and to keep the 4 units there. Please go back to page 2. The parking spaces now, there's 15 spaces, and 17 spaces would be needed if the code was trying to park all the apartments at the same time as the light industrial use. With these tandem parking spaces, we get 15. That's a 12% reduction. And in the mixed use reduction, the town code allows a reduction of up to 25%. We think this works well, and I do agree with James. I've been coming to this facility for quite a while, and I always have places to just go in and park. There's always 2 or 3 spaces in the day. And the last page, finally. These are the discussion points that we thought. I know you're going to want to talk about the rental rates. The fee waiver, the park dedication fee, with that being provided and Tim maintaining it, that's a high priority to have that waived. The additional washer and dryer, Tim can speak to that, but the existing washer and dryer, it's not working at full capacity. We'll be happy to put it in if you think that's important. But it seems that most of the people, by Tim looking at the coin results every couple weeks and month, that they really go out to laundry facilities. Everything else in there, we basically agree with the conditions. And we think there's a lot of work put in by, Bach, even the Property Owners Association and staff. And, these are the discussion points that we think still need to be confirmed by you. And then, of course, we will still have to deal with fire suppression, making sure that any storage containers that are allowed to remain can meet code and work in the long run to be a part of that property. The containers right now, a little over 1,100 feet. 30% of that is office space. Most of it is tool and material storage, and there is about 140 square feet that's dedicated, I'll just call it miscellaneous space, and also circulation. You have everything in your packet, including James' memo to the Planning Commission, which went through things in detail. The updated application is in there. And at this time, I'd just like to turn it over to Tim to see if you have anything you'd like to add or emphasize.
Thank you. I'm Tim Fortier, and apologize for this whole big thing, but the main thing is what Bach came up to with their zero thing is that entitles an employee to make no more than $35,000 a year. The minimum wage, which is equivalent to $17 an hour, the minimum wage in this valley is like $20 plus. So basically, the zero just really doesn't seem feasible, because I would have to show the town, the 1099s or whatever at the end of the year what these people make. And so, somebody working at Wendy's was going to make in this day more than $35,000. So that part is why I want to go with category 1. Now, I've been charging for the 2 bedrooms $1,650 a month, and that includes all utilities. And then for the 2 of the 2 bedrooms. And then the other 2 are kind of studios. One of them I've been giving to my nephew for free for the last however many years. And then the other one I charge $800 a month. So it's really not the categories in terms of money, because people are living above the marble shop. We're not going to get a lot of doctors and lawyers or anybody that is a professional person to want to live up there. They're clean and neat apartments and totally safe, but nonetheless. So that's where I really have a big problem. Bach really needs to go back to their drawing board on what's the reality of this valley. And the other thing is, I had a company in this valley for years, and used to keep about 40 employees for however 30, 40 years busy. And, so you get an employee and you start them at X amount. And if they're going to excel, they're going to keep getting raises like in any business, right? So that's why I'm so opposed to the Bach thing, just because of the fact that they can only make $35,000 a year. So that's kind of where I'm coming from there. As far as my rates are concerned, they still would be much lower than category 1. But the idea of having to, throw somebody out because they got a raise just doesn't seem right. So that's why I'm pushing for category 1 for all of them. Because of, like I say, I think Wendy's starts at $18 an hour. I really don't know. But 35,000 translates to about $17.88 an hour. So anyway, that's kind of my spiel on that. Other than that, I'll leave it up to you guys.
Okay.
Appreciate your time.
Yeah. And the last thing, Tim owns the property. He used to own the business, but he sold the business recently. He's still involved in the financing, but he still owns the building and the property.
This is a public hearing, so let's go ahead and take care of that. I will open the public hearing. Anybody who wants to come up and talk, I don't see anybody in the room who I believe will do that. I don't see anybody online raising their hands, any attendees. So I will go ahead and close the public hearing. Now we can open up to questions and comments of the applicant, or for the applicant.
Well, personally, I think it's support local business is the real decision, and I've been around you guys forever. The annexation occurred mostly because you had 927 phone number, so that said, we annexed that area even before Willits came online. But I think what you've done out there on the site's been increasing the efficiency, the 4 units, priced right. If you're willing to pay the fees, and maybe we forgive the fines if there are such fines. I don't have a problem with the parkland issue because of the space you have there. It really, I don't know what that amount is, but I think that the concessions you made to have a trail going up to the bus system is good. And I think it's a 40-year local business. And I'm sure you've housed many employees above that marble shop over the years, and you've done what we ask other people to do, and you've done it on your own time and money. So I'm fine with, if you're willing to accept. I think Bach probably should take a look at some of those income levels. I didn't even know we had a category 0, which seems sort of like, what is that? It's a 0. 35 is probably the wrong number, but that's a different discussion. But what I'm interested in knowing is how much time have you spent on the process getting to this point?
Like how much money I've spent?
How much time?
Time?
Months?
Well, Bruce could probably answer that. We've been going at this for what, a year and a half now, Bruce?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Had a lot of hours of field measuring and drawing plans. I drew the plans, and then I realized the planning. I was going to do the planning, and I realized what was involved, and I brought Mark in. Mark spent a lot of time, so it's been a big deal, and it's not over. The building code part's going to take a lot. We're probably about 75% through it, but there's still a lot of stuff to be worked out on that.
Okay.
I got on board in about, the end of February, early March. So
this trail, this bandit trail that's gonna get like formalized, it goes up to the Valley Pines parking lot or loop behind, is that how it works?
Yeah.
Kind of comes right out by those tennis courts up there.
Yeah.
In back of Jensen's old building.
Yeah.
I guess that's a health facility.
Yeah, it's pretty convenient.
Yeah.
Probably,
Yeah.
to cut through.
Yeah,
I
so
I
go
think
up
it's a
to-
ditch that got piped, and it just comes up there. There's a couple also bandit trails which come up from the Oak Grove townhomes, but they're from individual backyards. Sorry.
Yeah, and we tried to get easements on the Oak Grove over time, and it hasn't come to fruition. And so the trail coming up the slope empties out on the part that is a public trail, and then there's a public sidewalk to get to the bus.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm generally supportive of this. I think we just gotta figure out the categories, and right now what's written in is the 2s or 1s, and the studio 1 or 0s, is that right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so we just gotta decide what we wanna do.
If I may give a little more context to that, the reason that Bach recommended the category 0 is because there are multiple waivers against the livability requirements for these units. It was more because these are substandard units. They're too small. They don't have full kitchens. And there's just a lot of adjustments to be made, so that was part of it. That being said, P&Z had a similar concern with category 0, so they were interested in category 1. I just want to be clear that Bach was really making more of a statement about the size and the quality of these units. So that's part of it. There was also a strong preference from both Bach and P&Z for the additional washer and dryer. Again, because these are substandard in our livability requirements, that having another set of a washer and dryer was important. And so those were two of the big items that there was a significant amount of discussion with those from.
Those are getting remediated. Burner.
The stoves are getting added in. as part of the conditions, the applicant's asking not to provide the additional washer and dryer, so I'm just giving a little feedback on the other
But
ones.
it was the venting as well, right?
Yes.
That's good.
It's gonna get in.
Yeah.
And then the honeycomb shades and the storage shed.
Sure.
It says the washer is not in the.
It's in, I think we put the washer, did the washer and dryer make it in the conditions?
Yeah, it's in the conditions because
Yeah.
it reflects P&Z.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to that, I just know how many quarters I get.
Absolutely.
And like the two I have are
How many
really
quarters?
good,
It's
so
Yeah.
I mean, I can put two more in, it's just the idea of, I don't think
Yeah.
that's necessity, but whatever.
I totally understand, but if they're full, you can't tell if somebody else wants to use it if everyone gets home
And
after
as
5.
far as,
It's just a
just
thing.
to interrupt for a second, I'm sorry, but
Sure.
the two-bedroom units have full kitchens in it. It's just the two studio apartments that don't have the burners, the two burner stoves.
That are getting them.
So the ones that were approved originally were built to standard code and so forth. And then the additional 4, the additional 2.
Two of the
No,
four.
the
don't
additional
have
4.
two
Additional 4.
Yeah, they were 2 built in 97,
That
whatever
were
the standards
approved.
were at that time.
Then another 4 were
Another
added.
Yes, correct,
Unapproved.
correct. And then if that chart on the file that I had there, that's in the application, which shows which conform and, which don't.
And then are they, and then it's like safety, fire suppression, all on the 4 unapproved. It is gonna be managed or handled.
Well, I've done a lot of work since this all's gone down,
Okay.
and one of the biggest things is that to get an electrical inspection for the 4 units. I did, and we passed. And then the other one was with Brooke from the fire department. I don't want to go into the other option, but anyway, I put in a full smoke detector system throughout the whole building, hardwired, with strobes and heat detectors. Which I already had originally for the first 2 units, but we just redid the whole thing. So, I'm already into this like $80,000 with, still hoping that I can keep them, you know what I mean? But anyway, so the whole thing got settled right away, and so with the electrical inspections.
And then
Fire suppression still may be needed, for those units on the second floor, and that's part of the code analysis and working with.
Well, we're thinking we need a sprinkler system now.
Right.
So that is something that we are gonna, after this approval, we go back to working out the building code issues with the building department. And we had submitted an application and have been waiting to get the plan review comments. And I think the building department's been waiting to do the plan review comments too until this was accomplished. And then we're gonna work through the issues of whether a sprinkler system's required, where it's required. Because some of the fire separations are in, some places it needs to be improved. A lot of different code things, what, in the attic, there's separation. Sure. It has to be compartmentalized, so this, all of that is kind of in this plan, it's started and been discussed a lot with the building department and the fire department, and we'll continue through that now that we have approval, and whatever gets resolved and is required, we come to the final set of plans after going back and forth with the building department. We will build it as required by the building department.
And then that'll also look at the external steps and pathways and.
Yes, exiting, right. And that's
containers.
actually, just standard exiting is pretty good. It has a really good, the staircase to the second story is good. It has a ramp out the back that is, wide enough to meet egress and all that. So pretty much, that's probably one of the smaller issues is getting all that great. There's more fire.
And then the
drywall.
storage is, or not the storage, the shipping container then is an office, a habitable office, or? That's
And it's
a different,
being used.
code because
It's
it's
the
obviously
marble
not.
shop office, and that is gonna be part of the building department's
Okay.
review, I'm sure, asking us to demonstrate compliance. We haven't really just gone into that one much, because it was kind of all there, but we have definitely on the storage portions, some of the issues, we worked out, proposed some solutions, and then when we get the plan reviewed, we'll see if they approve what we proposed, or whether we have to do any, further modifications of systems and all that. But all of that's gonna get worked out to code with the building department for the building permit is issued.
It sounds like all the livability stuff's getting worked out, or conditions in this. So health and safety and livability is all, so, I mean, we gotta decide the categories. I feel like one for everything could be fine. We're getting a benefit as far as that, connectivity formalized to the bus, which, connectivity, that's huge. It's a huge thing. I know it seems kind of arcane, but I appreciate that. So yeah, that's where I stand on. What do you guys think?
I think you still got a ways to go, and I suppose this is all conditioned on meeting all the requirements of the building department, paying the fees and et cetera, so we're just giving you a green light to go and do the rest of your work that you have to do.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
The status here for procedure is that if this were a new development, you would be approving the use of the property, and then they would go and get their building permit. So that's basically, we're just slightly out of sync there. But this is, tonight you're being asked to approve the use of the property for this, and then of course they'll have to go get their building permits and meet the safety regulations.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think?
As long as I think the units and the office and the building and whatever's associated with it is safe and usable and on record as meeting the building code, and, the category 1 doesn't bother me, really. I think it's just to bring it into the loop and get it done.
Bring it into the community.
Legally, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
and the fees stay.
In Parkland,
I'm generally in line. I will say 252 square feet feels really small to me.
It is small.
That I almost wonder, you know what your employees can make, you know what they can pay. I know you've already, without rules, set the rent low, right? $800 is below.
Well, way below.
What
Yeah, no, I'm the cheapest
yeah.
from here to Grand Junction,
Yeah.
and it is, like I say, you live above a marble shop.
Yeah.
When we built these units, they were all totally up to code of the other code. Now there's a new code, so there's some, issues there. I've been in the building industry for 52 years. But the only way I can answer that is it's bigger than the back of some people's cars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is true. That is true.
And I think there's only one unit that small. I mean, most of them are at least 400, 500, 600 feet. I don't really know what it comes up to, but I know my first place I lived in Aspen, which obviously legal at the time, was 350 square feet, So my whole deal with these is just hope that, I don't charge much, and that people, and that's why I'm so against this category 0, just not necessarily how much I can charge, but exactly who could really live there. Because that's
that really
below what
resonates
anybody's
with
gonna
me.
make that can fog a mirror in this valley,
Yeah.
right? So that's really what I'm opposed to so much, is just simply that. It just, I don't know, somebody needs to figure that out, I think, for Bach. But not all the units are 250 square feet,
Yeah.
The
The smaller ones are 269 and 289, and then you have one that's 573 and 590.
And those are the ones with the full kitchens and the 2 bedrooms and 1
How
bath.
big are the two existing legal ones?
Probably 800. I don't really know offhand, actually, but.
The category 0 history, I think, was around the averages. Why, just so everybody's on the same page, why that came up.
Category 0 came up in part because that is, you might have someone who's working a 3/4 time job, a part-time job, or multiple jobs. And the recent housing needs assessment study completed in 2024 showed that we have a deficit of housing for people earning under 80% AMI, which is 60% AMI is the basis for Category 0. And absolutely, it is impossible to live here on a single salary that meets Category 0. It doesn't mean that people aren't doing it and don't need housing. So that's where it came from, whether it's actually viable, but it's there as an option going forward if we want to subsidize housing at that level.
And you have to maybe have other higher categories to get to an average.
Correct.
Yeah.
Let's have a mix with Category 0 in order for it to even pencil for somebody.
I think a piece of it was teachers start at 50K,
Okay,
and
yeah,
that was below 60% AMI, and we were like, oh my God, where are the first year teachers going? But I really like that employees are being housed on site, like in terms of transit connectivity. I think that's a benefit. Everyone complains about traffic. These folks are walking downstairs to work, so I'm generally supportive.
And to open up this easement to get them to the bus is pretty good too, you know.
That's a great thing.
Yeah.
And those two existing units, ones that were approved in 97, one's 840 square feet and the other's 950. So those are the sizes.
So I guess, I think that we're all in favor of Category 1, wash machines stay, fees remain in place, buildings complete to code.
I think the only thing we have to
Easement in
amend
place.
is the category, right? Everything else
Yeah,
is.
because right now the ordinance has 2 Category 0 and 2 Category 1.
So you could do make a motion to approve the ordinance, or second reading of the ordinance with the condition that all units are Category 1. I think that would suffice in the absence of Jeff.
I think it would suffice. I would resist adding in the part about the building code because that will happen at building permit.
Got it. Mayor, I move.
That's already in the ordinance.
Mayor, I move that the town council approve ordinance number 16, series of 2025 on first reading. Sorry, Mayor, I move that the town council approve ordinance 16 with the condition all units are Category 1 on first reading and set the public hearing and second reading for October 28, 2025.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Pam, will you please call the roll?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's begin with Ryan Slack.
He went to bed.
You might want to go.
I'm here. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Turn
you,
the
Ryan.
blender off.
David Knight,
Yes.
Dieter Schindler,
Yes.
Anna Berman.
Yes.
Rick Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for.
Thanks,
Well,
Tim.
thank you
Info
guys.
and-
Yeah.
You know, to your point, there was a time across the street here when a woman was living in a shed that was connected to the mobile home with the garden hose, and she thought she was in Nirvana.
That can't be the standard, though.
Hey, I'm the one that actually called in the other day about that scam. Did anybody else get scammed, do you know?
Oh, the Basalt email?
Yeah, that was me.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, thanks for calling
It's
that.
really weird because I'm reading through it, and the two things that got me was that I know Jeff hadn't worked on this, but it was an attorney fee for $1,000. So I kind of have a little insight on that. And then the other one was simply the email. And then Mark picked out a couple of things too, because I called Mark. I said, "Do you think I owe $7,000?" So that's how it all started. So then when I called the lady that answered the phone, what's her name?
Pam.
Yeah. But that's you. So I talked to you. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm glad you got it straightened out. And hopefully no one else. Because I mean,
It seemed that all the fees, it was like the project had been approved, and everybody had worked on it and built it, and there was no backup. And it was also the planning and zoning department, which,
Yeah, you're like, Jeff better
had to
buy me
look-
better
had to look
Christmas
there.
presents if that's his fee.
was also sent at 6:15 in the morning, which,
yeah, that was another thing. It's like, wait a minute, they don't work that really. But thank you guys, appreciate your
If you
time.
see something, say something, yeah?
So we'll see you in a couple weeks.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have item 7F, first reading ordinance number 17, series of 2025, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Basalt, Colorado, approving easement agreements for the Confluence Park Safe Routes to School project. We have Michelle and Catherine.
Yep, I'm taking this on for Catherine. Let's see here. Ordinance number 17 is to approve 2 easements, one located near 7-Eleven, the second for a strip of sidewalk space at the corner of School Street and Two Rivers Road that is technically part of the Roaring Fork Fire District property. To achieve our standards for the grant, the CDOT grant that we were awarded for the Safe Routes to School project, we are asked by CDOT to acquire all of the easements on any adjacent properties that we need for the entire project. So that is why these 2 easements are brought forward tonight. There's small slips. Frankly, the piece in front of the Roaring Fork Fire District is a really odd piece that just goes slightly into the crosswalk ramp area, but we technically have to have it to redevelop that sidewalk. In the 7-Eleven area, currently the blue and white painted connection from the bridge over to that intersection is another area for the easement. So that's the short and sweet of where these 2 easements are, and the request is that those get approved so we can meet our grant requirements.
Sounds good. Questions or comments on this one?
Mayor, I move that the Town Council approve ordinance number 17, series of 2025, and set the public hearing and second reading for October 28th, 2025.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Pam, will you please call the roll?
Yes, let's begin with Rick Stevens.
Yep.
Ryan Slack.
Yes.
Thank you, Ryan. David Knight.
Yes.
Peter Schindler.
Yes.
Hannah Berman.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, so 7G and 7H, you guys are going to present them together. I'll read one, we'll vote on it, and then, yeah. Okay, 7G, resolution number 51, series of 2025, resolution of the Town Council of Basalt, Colorado, approving the Basalt Accessory Dwelling Unit Incentive Program Framework. Michelle and James.
Yeah, so this item is a resolution reflecting approval of the ADU incentive program framework that was presented at the last meeting at the council work session. I'm happy to go over those items again if you'd like, or any of those items. But generally, it was to amend the zoning to allow ADUs by right throughout town in residential districts and create a comprehensive consolidated ADU section. The reso does include one of the recommendations from the council at the last meeting, which was to adjust the minimum lease term in the program to 6 months from the 1 year. I think Angel brought that up at the last meeting. But it seemed that council was supportive of the program based on comments at the work session. So staff would recommend approval of the reso. And happy to answer questions if you have it.
Just repeat the second zoning and allowed in all zone districts of the town, and then the second.
To create a comprehensive consolidated section on ADUs right now.
ADUs.
Yeah.
That'll come back.
Yeah.
Okay.
There'll be code language coming back.
And this would effectively, if we would approve them by right, or allow them by right, and, it's up to the HOA, and the HOA needs to handle that. We're kind of step out of the role of gatekeeper of these for the respective HOAs.
Yeah, that's how we discussed handling it.
And in the instance there's no HOA, then it's just no HOA.
Then there's the ability to
Right.
do it.
So the ask here is that because the items it was a fairly meaty and lengthy presentation about the concepts, we didn't have a chance to have a resolution supporting those concepts. We wanted to give you time to kind of think through all of the ideas there. So this is coming back and saying that you want us to go forward and basically work through the details of how to make these things happen now. So the details will come back.
Yeah, the framework.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And bring back code language, so you'll get code language in the future.
This is really an interesting just for 30 seconds here, because I think what was brought to us a few minutes ago, it's not the only place in the town of Basalt that's gonna be knocking on the door. So I think all of these things that we're talking about, beginning with the core presentation, are all gonna be dependent on how our policies are written for the ease of entry and the ability for people to move forward on a project. That's why I asked the question. And I think during the budget hearings and things, we have opportunities to look at how maybe we bring in somebody that's a point person for these specific kinds of things. It's going to be a trend. I know it is. Are we doing a motion on 7H, or are we doing 7G?
7G, and then I'll read 7H we can do, unless there's more questions or comments from anybody else. We good?
I think it's
Our
good.
support of this, thank you, thanks. We'll look
Yeah.
forward to seeing this all fleshed out.
Mayor, I move that the town council adopt resolution number 51, series of 2025.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Pam, will you please call the roll?
Absolutely. Let me get these down here. Let's begin with Dieter Schindler,
Yes.
Hannah Berman,
Yes.
Rick Stevens,
Yes.
Ryan Slack,
Yes.
David Knight.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
So next up, we have item 7H, resolution number 52, series of 2025, resolution of the Town Council of Basalt, Colorado, accepting the recommendations made by Design Workshop, Economic and Planning Systems regarding community housing mitigation. Michelle, James have this. I'd entertain a motion to adopt resolution number 52, series of 2025. Unless they have a question.
Oh, wait, I had one question, and I think it's quick. Ooh, it's not gonna pull up quickly, but, I think somewhere in our packet, it said that P&Z had recommended having a higher IHO, and then the motion did not include the higher IHO, and I'm sure someone has thought about that, and I just wanted to hear the rationale.
Yeah, the resolution includes that the commercial mitigation and the inclusionary housing rates recommended by EPS shall be the minimum accepted by the town, and will consider being more aggressive when we come back with code amendments.
So they didn't have a percentage recommendation, they
Got it.
just wanted this to be the minimum.
Got it.
So look at that as a minimum and try to push up potentially.
Because it put commercial to 30%, reduce the housing exemption.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you.
Entertain a motion unless anyone else has questions or comments.
Want to make the sweep, Hannah?
Oh, no, we've been doing well together. Mayor, I move that the town council adopt resolution number 52, series of 2025.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Pam, will you please call the roll?
Absolutely. Let's begin with Rick Stevens,
Yes.
Ryan Slack,
Yes.
David Knight,
Yes.
Dieter Schindler,
Yes.
Hannah Berman.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Thank you, everyone. And that concludes our meeting, so we are adjourned. See you next time.
I have two questions. One of them